Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to the minigame podcast for Wednesday, April 2nd. We're going to do probably very little warm-up today and jump directly into the news because of two main reasons. One, Switch 2 April 2nd event has happened, so we've got a lot of Nintendo news for today. And two, because my sleep schedule is also still very weird. So if I don't power through this, I'm going to be really sleepy 2 or 3 hours from now. So I am noticing, and I don't know if some of this isn't just April 1st, April Fool's Day shenanigans, that PUBG's icon here seems to have gone anime kawaii style, which, yeah. That's got to be an April Fool's Day joke that has crossed over. I'm also weirdly noticing that there's some highlights happening here, specifically on that Naraka Blade point. And then when I'm hovering over Naraka Blade point, I am seeing, again, anime waifu videos playing. Let's just see if that's happening everywhere. Now, Counter-Strike 2 is still the same. PUBG's video here still seems to be the same. Dota seems to be the same. Schedule 1, brand new game. I don't think they do an April Fool's Day joke, since their game already is probably a joke. It's disappointing, frankly, that two Western games, well, no, let's be accurate here. I guess Naraka Blade Point is probably not really what I'd consider a Western game. But it is disappointing that two games out of the top 6 games on this chart have just fallen into, hey, we're going to take our game and make it very much cutesy in an anime style, which is certainly just a default joke. Which also, I think still highlights that there's a lot of people, even in the gaming community, even people that are making Naraka Blade Point, that have kind of a anti-bright and colorful anime vibe to them. As far as we would never seriously actually do this in any way, and we actually look down on this. I don't see how it's a joke unless you are at least slightly implying that this would be ridiculous, unacceptable, bad in some way. Although, in fairness, a lot of the April Fool's Day jokes sometimes do get very nice receptions, and people come back and say, hey, we actually do like that idea. But yeah, it certainly is the biggest dividing point, I would say, still amongst gamers, where I often say gamers are a big tent, but in reality I think also gamers are very much just not one group at all. But yeah, the biggest difference here, this might also be a joke video for Apex Legends, I'm not sure, would be the Western, more likely to be Western, hyper-realistic games that have usually a military first-person shooting type feel to them versus Eastern games which are bright and colorful. And there's just like a still pretty big split there. And that's not just video games, that's, I think, in many ways. There's still a lot of movie fans that say they love movies and will watch movies, but they wouldn't ever sit through a foreign film, or they wouldn't sit specifically through an anime movie, or they wouldn't specifically sit through like a Korean movie, except for on rare occasions. And that's like when the movie Parasite won its awards. The fact that it took so long, the fact that it is such a rarity, is disappointing to me more than, oh, one out of potentially thousands of movies is getting the credits it deserves. And I guess if we were going to really throw it in there, none of the Bollywood films, like no Filipino movies, no Vietnam movies have even made it that far. Speaking of weird artsy-fartsy movies, I did go back to finish watching the movie Poor Things, which I thought it had like 4 acts instead of generally movies feel like they have about 3 acts. There were little title chapter breaks, and it felt like there was at least 5 acts. So even 2/3 of the runtime through, I came back and saw at least 2 more acts. And yeah, I would say that's a terrible way to watch a movie, is just between 2 sittings across multiple days. But also I would say, while I was definitely liking the movie in the first 2/3, it just went too long on the last third and kind of just repeated the same thing over and over again. It definitely, I think, had some things to say. Now, it's very weird here to have a demo also make it into the top 100. That seems a little weird that SteamDB allows that. But yeah, well, it did seem like it had a few things to say and show. The amount of time it took to say and show those things was way too long, and it wasn't particularly that deep. It's hard, after now having seen the entirety of the movie, to feel like it is a particularly good new take on a Frankenstein movie, even though it has some visual allusions to that. Certainly it looks like a Frankenstein movie to start with. It really goes more in a different direction with the main protagonist. Perhaps it would have been better if, instead of being a movie, it would have been a mini series, and then you could have gotten maybe the pacing down to 6 like 30-minute episodes, or 3 1-hour episodes, and then that might have made some sense too, although I'm not sure that really would have. Now, weirdly, for the rest of this chart, it doesn't look like we're seeing any other Easter egg-like April Fool's Day jokes here. It might be the case, though, that they were updated one day and then immediately taken down, and PUBG is really, PUBG and the Rocket Blade Point are the only 2 ones that stayed around with it for the second day. Otherwise, as far as April Fool's Day, I stayed mostly asleep during that period. Still working on filing taxes. 13 days until I'm in trouble there, but I think as long as I don't get too distracted, I will get that done and mailed off, probably in maybe just the next couple days even. The major part of going through a whole bunch of other paperwork just to make sure I had what I needed has been mostly done. And yeah, I have thrown away so many, like, giant, large kitchen bags worth of trash bags of paper. It's ridiculous. Just how much pointless things. Some basic things certainly you can also learn is just like, hey, if there's an envelope, you don't need to keep the envelope. If there's a pointless cover letter that doesn't really say anything, you don't really need to keep the cover letter. If it's saying something very generic, you don't need to keep that paperwork. As much as people had some concerns about going paperless, the reality of the situation is, for most cases, going paperless is just fine. Mostly because you're at the demands of whatever company is billing you in most cases anyways, and so you're not going to fight a bill. They're not going to give you enough information that you could contest a bill in any way. The water company is not going to accept your reading of a meter. The electricity company is not going to accept your reading of a electric meter. Same with gas. Most mortgage companies aren't going to pull too many shenanigans on you, but if they are going to pull shenanigans on you, you're still going to be unable to really contest it. The only things you really can contest and really need to focus on are local taxes and federal taxes. Those are the only things that might come back and bite you in the butt. And then there's like statute of limitations on many things. Usually it's about 2 years before you, after that point, nobody can really sue you and you can't sue anybody else. So if you've got anything that is particularly unimportant that's older than 2 years, you can throw that away. It's 7 years, I believe, for taxes in the IRS. But yeah, inherently nowadays you can also reprint almost any old bill through any service. And all those records are kept for a very long time, if not ever, forever. Now, 25 years ago, the situation was completely different. So I'm sure there's plenty of old people that have developed old habits and not learned new habits. But yeah, nowadays you mostly want to just, as soon as you get the mail, throw it in the trash if it's not useful, and not try and file it away. Which I'm also learning is I'm going to try and teach myself a similar scenario as far as my dishwasher, is that I have a bad habit I've recognized in myself of putting dirty dishes in the sink when I really should just always have the dishwasher empty and always put dirty dishes immediately in the dishwasher. There is a problem there if you don't run your dishwasher fairly frequently, in that it might just get moldy and musty in there and gross. But yeah, if you have a dishwasher, there's really just no reason to let them pile up in the sink and then have clean dishes in the dishwasher. Of course, that is more work that I generally don't want to focus on doing. Okay, and that also has nothing to do with video games, so let's move on. We do, I think, now have March, or is March what we've been looking at so far as the Steam hardware, software, and survey? I think since today is April 2nd, we just got March, which I don't think anybody's going to really make any news articles about this. We got a lot of news, and not just Nintendo news today, which in part makes me wonder if it isn't a case that that companies basically pick the last month of the first quarter of the year. So January, February, March, April would be the first 4 months. That would be the first quarter. If you're going to make announcements in the first quarter of the year at all, you would then think April 1st or somewhere in that April region. Probably not April 1st because it's April Fool's Day. So I'm thinking now for future scheduling next year, if I remember any of this, which I probably won't, to go ahead and just expect that you're not going to get any new announcements or new releases of games until you hit April, which is probably always been the case, but I think I may have, in my mind, locked down a more narrow and consistent region. Hardware survey here says people have moved to Windows 11 now that 55.34% of the people playing Steam, running Steam, are now using Windows 11, which is a change of 11.24%, which would have put it below previous numbers, which would have been, yeah. There has been just like a definite change here. 12% to Windows 10 would have been 52%, and then 11% off of this would have been 44% roughly. So yeah, we have seen what is relatively big news. Whereas people running OS X, no big changes there, and people running Linux, no big changes there. But overall, the number of people of Linux is gone up 0.88%, and overall people using Windows has gone down 1.48%. So there are more people who, amongst those who are not moving to Windows 11, who are abandoning Windows completely and instead choosing Linux slightly more than OS X. At least the Steam client users. So changes happening. Biggest news there, certainly Windows 11 basically forcing a lot of people to move to Windows 11. I can't imagine that a single person in that group actually actively went and bought a new computer with Windows 11 because they wanted Windows 11, or upgraded to Windows 11 on their old computer because they wanted Windows 11. Because very much there's not anything that they have done to sell itself. Go ahead and just collect the 200 gems on Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I don't need to show that. Yeah, I guess we are seeing slightly more RAM being used, but slightly more people using 1080p, slightly more English players percentage wise. Yeah, a lot of these numbers actually don't tell you anything until you click on them and see what you're really comparing them to. Yeah. I don't even know what most of these settings would mean. These are video settings that, yeah. I did hear, and I'm not sure we're going to have an actual story about that, some game developers are recommending that you not install the newest NVIDIA drivers because apparently they're causing trouble for some games, and that you roll back and install older NVIDIA drivers. Other than watching Poor Things and working on taxes, cleaning my house and decluttering still, which is still taking up way too much time. I'm also realizing that insurance is going through the roof, and it seems like that is a universal issue for people in the United States, and I may very well have to make some big decisions there. That they're asking, in general, they're all asking for way too much money. Insurance itself is inherently a scam forced upon you by the state, in that you are being forced to pay money gambling that something is going to go wrong as far as a car accident or some other kind of accident, and that you are going to not have enough money to cover the damage that occurs in that case. Meanwhile, the insurance company gets to take money and also set the terms of the deal and deny people and make interest on the money, unlike other scenarios where you might have the money locked up in some kind of account that you can't touch, but you're earning interest on it, which would make more sense. Of course, I don't know of any system that's quite like that, where you actually are making interest off of it for yourself. But yeah, the other thing I've been doing is playing a lot of the gacha games, and so I saw on one of the Reddits for mobile games that they were using this website as a source, and as I'm expanding and trying to get more of pages that might be relevant and show some information, I think the mobile revenue data does help. Now, inherently, I don't know if this is 100% accurate as far as this is the top games based on how they are estimating it, based on, I think, some questionable logic. Some people, I guess, are installing a program that is telling, or maybe they're getting their info from some other way, but it's the only thing we have even close to an estimate, and it definitely is taking it from the idea of gacha games, whereas there are apps on Android and iOS that are not games that make a lot of money, and that are games but wouldn't really fall into the category of gacha. That being said, I don't really believe any game or app that wasn't a gacha game would make it into the top 100. And yes, I have not cleaned up this page in any way, so there will be a lot of uBlock origin to just block elements that are not important. Here's your warning. The figures shown here are a rough market estimate sourced directly from Sensor Tower. You don't know what that really is. The estimate should be used only for general trend indicators, not as definitive revenue figures. Revenue figures shown include mobile platforms only. Combined revenue means across all available regions. So they're also not including things that are also on Steam as far as revenue there. Revenue generated by the PC and console versions of games where applicable is not included. Even if they did have it, data found here is pulled directly from Sensor Tower, with the exception of China Android estimates, which are determined using a multiplier of China iOS revenue. This multiplier is set to 1.75 times by default, but can be manually adjusted. Sensor Tower may revise or adjust their estimates throughout the month, at which time this website may also be updated. So there's a lot of caveats it's starting off with there. And that is in part why, too, I don't collect on SteamDB games 24-hour peak concurrent play numbers directly, because those numbers very well may not be accurate, and frankly, even if they're 100% accurate, they are just not relevant. It is much more relevant to have a relative scale and know that Pokemon TCG Pocket, which is one of the 3 games I've been spending way too much time playing on my phone lately, is in the #1 spot, and this game I've never even heard of, Love and Deep Space, is in the 2nd spot. It is considerably less relevant to say, hey, this game, which maybe is new, made an estimated $49,700,000 in February and has now jumped up to $75,050,000 estimated for March. Which, yeah, those numbers are high, particularly when you consider the lack of quality of some games, some mobile games in particular. Yes, for the short time the first 3 years or so. Definitely does feel like mobile games can very much, if they hit and are successful, rake in the dough. But then you've got to get that next big hit after 3 years because your game is not likely going to stick around. Pokemon TCG Pocket, maybe? Pokemon TCG Pocket also a great example of a game that's not really that polished. It's still kind of dumb and way too focused on card pack opening, which is where they're getting all their money from. But just recently, just in the past couple of weeks, added a ranked play. And even that is still not really pushing me to want to play it more and play ranked more. And it's not really rewarding me for playing ranked more. And their single player elements are pretty dumb. Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. Here is one that may not even be in the West. Yes, this one's only in Japan. Which, the fact that Uma Musume Pretty Derby is making 26 million estimated, and it's in the number 5 spot, and it's Japanese only, also highlights that there's just a very different way in which people spend their money and where the money is coming from, and that a Japanese only anime girls who are also anthropomorphized horses game makes it to the 5th spot. Pokemon and Love and Deep Space, if these estimates are anywhere close to being accurate, are doubling the amount that even Genshin Impact is making. Although really, if you were making even $1 million on a mobile game, you're probably doing fairly well. If you had like a team of 30, and of that team of 30 you were paying $300,000 a month to 30, which would be $10,000 a month, I mean, you'd be paying some programmers relatively nicely at $10,000 a month, which is probably not what's going on at all. If you had a team of 30 and you're working on Genshin Impact, maybe you'd have a much bigger team, and you'd be paying employees closer to $4,000 to $7,000 a month on the high end, and then some game testers you're probably paying peanuts or pizza. But yeah, you see the number drops off very quickly. So if your game does not hit, you potentially are going to have a problem. And I can't help but think that a lot of these games also just don't stick around that much. People install them, try them out, see that first setup situation and lose interest, get bored, and move on to the next thing, or they find that the setup situation is just overwhelming. A lot of these games are incredibly greedy. Mobile games in general are incredibly greedy, is what I mean to say. And once you figure out their systems and figure out how just incredibly impossible it is going to be to play it without spending money, a lot of people are going to move away from that. Puzzles and Dragons, I think, has been around for a very long time. And yeah, a lot of these are very recognizable names. Arknights, Dragon Ball games, certainly. But then like Battle of Cats and Cookie Run Kingdom are certainly ones I am not familiar with. So next is Goddess of Victory Nikkei from Shift Up, their second mobile game, makers of the mobile game that I loved before, which was called Destiny Child, no relation to the band singing group. And clicking this, I don't think it's going to show me any more information. Not really. So Goddess of Victory Nikkei is definitely a lewd game and an adult game, which does also, I think, speak to something as far as where the money really is, in the case that you are number 17 spot here, making an estimated $10 million a month, is a gacha anime girl, anime waifu game. Whereas Girls Frontline might also be an anime waifu game, whereas Disney Twisted Wonderland almost certainly is not. And then you have Infinity Nikki, which is a girl dress-up game, not an anime waifu game, although easy to confuse that. And then tons of these, like Solo Leveling, are crossover animated related, although a lot of them are like One Piece, big animes, Dragon Ball Z so far, Hatsune Miike, Seven Deadly Sins is, I guess, technically an anime. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, in contrast to Pokemon TCG Pocket, is only making $4 million and is in the 36th spot, which I didn't even know Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel had Android. So here's the other game that I'm spending way too much time playing these days, Memento Mori, making an estimated $4 million, and I can't help but wonder if an estimated $4 million is really very much just a guesstimate, since they have it just as a blanket $4 million for each of these three positions. And I will say I specifically spent way too much time playing Memento Mori because I did a 2-episode, 6-hour quote-unquote quick look, world's longest quick look of Memento Mori on Steam, knowing that there's a decent chance I'm going to try and upload it to YouTube and get content ID'd. Hopefully only get content ID'd and not copyright struck. I did have streamer mode on for most of the time there. I accidentally did not have it on when I loaded in my old account. That being said, after spending 6 hours showing the intro tutorial and then jumping over to where my game is now, it really left me just really realizing that there isn't much of a way I could use Memento Mori. At best, I could have 5 of their songs playing in the background, but then the songs would probably be too distracting because the songs are actually good and have lyrics. So I don't see how it could be used as like a background song source for live streams, like I'm using Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now as a background source for live streams as far as the audio goes. And yeah, I definitely don't think I could get into the mood of doing these live streams and also doing my daily quests on Memento Mori and making these streams longer and also more random. So yeah, unless my phone breaks, I probably will never launch Memento Mori on Steam ever again. And then this Pokemon Masters EX I don't think is really a traditional Pokemon game, but it's been around and it's, I think, a little bit like Dota more than anything. And then here's the third game that I've been playing that's new, and it's already in the 39th spot by the estimates, making for this month they suspect $3,330,000, which I really question if this game is going to stay where it is or if it isn't just going to fall below the top 100 fairly quickly, in that it's not particularly a great game and it is just incredibly going to be limited by how many anime girls they can add to it, because the number of anime girls have to equal the number of anime girls in the Madoka Magica series, that anime series and maybe manga that have already existed. I mean, they can add a few silly things, and they did have like a silly April Fool's Day event that they launched really within the first week of the game coming out, but I don't think there's really a ton of that can happen. And so this is definitely a game that has just that new game shine on it, and I imagine that new game shine is going to disappear fairly quickly. I just don't see it growing, and maybe that's a problem with anything that's really a licensed product, and a lot of these games are certainly just licensed products trying to advertise anime and get the Japanese audience in particular to buy the very overpriced Blu-rays. But yeah, I just don't see it happening too much. I'm scrolling down here now to the 50th spot. I don't think I'm gonna really see anything that really catches my eye. There's an Atelier game. A lot of these have been around for too long. Brown Dust 2 I know advertises pretty frequently, but is pretty old. You know what we won't see here is Simpsons Tapped Out, because that game's been shut down. What you won't see here is likely the Star Trek Lower Decks game. That game was awful. Anyways, you probably won't see any of the Mario Run games or Nintendo games other than Pokemon games, which I'm sure Pokemon would love to make some of this. But very quickly, the estimates are getting very low for a business. I doubt any of the top 100 of these games were made by one person. If that was the case, $60,000 in a month for one person is a reasonable amount of money to make and like have a corporation and keep yourself in business and run servers, which all of these things tend to require some kind of servers. Now, why does it stop at 103? That seems like a odd number to include. But yeah, as we scroll back up, there's really not a single one here that feels like it's in that Western style or made by a obviously Western developer. Mobile gaming is way more advanced in the Asian countries, not just Japan, but Asian countries in general. Punishing Gray Raven. Interesting. But yeah, there's just way better cell phone connectivity in smaller countries. You don't have to have as many towers. You don't have big open areas where you'll lose signal. A lot of Asian countries don't have computers or consoles, so Asian games have become more popular, or they commute on trains more often, so playing games on the train makes a lot more sense. In fact, the mobile gaming success here, whatever level you take it as, may be a good indicator on where Steam Deck like devices could go in the future, as far as how this whole thing would work out. And then when you click this, it still doesn't really take you to the game. You'd have to click this game page here to learn anything more. So 2 clicks. Yeah, I feel like this may have come out a while ago. I just don't think Disney Twisted would be something even particularly recent. But maybe not. Maybe it's brand new. Seems like they only have one sample date. And that whole setup, and their similarity system here is awful. Saying Disney Twisted is the same as Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. But yeah, I guess Disney Twisted must be new to the charts at least, because here's a chart showing actual several months of history. So anyways, I probably will scroll through these charts once a month, if that much, and I will probably not spend as much time as I have today on the topic either. But I do think we are at a point, certainly, where the idea of showing that information is informative, very possibly not relevant to every single gamer. Maybe there is going to be a large percentage of people who describe themselves as gamers that don't feel like mobile games are really games, and there's certainly a argument to that thought, in that mobile games aren't really, in most cases, worthy enough to be called games, in the same way that I don't consider a carnival game at a traveling carnival to be a real game, since it's rigged, and since those games are oddly designed in that they're not really designed to be fun. You basically would never do any of those carnival games if you weren't at the carnival, if you had the option. But yeah, I think that we are at a point, or at least I'm personally at a point now, where I am consistently playing enough mobile games that it's relevant enough to me to want to cover it, and I probably should have been covering it just as a news reporter, if I'm going to call myself that, a while ago. Maybe a year or two ago would have made some sense. And yes, I do think we probably are getting closer and closer to a generation of younger kids and gamers who are going to be more into the idea of playing games on the phone. Although, noticeably, on that list, I don't feel like I saw anything there that would have been below even a teen rating. So there was no E for everyone or a PG or E10 plus type games on that list. And you can pretty much guarantee that that's the case, because basically the rule is minors are not welcome and legally not allowed to be buying microtransactions without their parents' permission, at the very least. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a large percentage of gacha game mobile player base who are underage, who have parents who are just not paying attention. This game, the Dishwasher Dead Samurai, I played this on the Xbox 360 when it came out, and they never released this game anywhere else as far as I could tell. They do have its sequel on Steam, and it was just so button mashy that it probably contributed a lot to the arthritis that I had in my hands. Not the majority of it. I was also at the time working a job where I was typing for 8 hours straight in a very rapid pace, and when I type in a rapid pace, I would smash my fingers on the keyboard. So yeah, it definitely is more of a RSI injury Which, yeah. Probably should have filed a claim at that point too, and done something more about it had I been thinking more logically at the time and sleeping better. But yeah, I probably could have put in for at least some kind of therapy. I doubt you can get disability for arthritis at my level, although I've seen some people, at least a couple people with horrible arthritis that are much older that, yeah, they are effectively disabled, can't hold on to things at all. Not a lot of April 1st things on this day in history, which is what I'm scrolling down here. I guess I should have said that first. Did I do anything else? I mean, it's already probably a ton that I did accomplish in the past couple days. Really, making 6 hours of footage, working on taxes, cleaning and decluttering the house, and also playing Memento Mori for my daily quests, and Pokemon TCG Pocket for the daily quest, although the daily quest on that is actually just logging in once a day and trying to make more progress than just doing daily quests, which there really isn't a lot of daily quests in the Madoka Magica game. Yeah. And I'm already starting to yawn, unfortunately. Oh, I also worked on my macros. Yes, there was something else. And ran it this morning and had a better test run this time around than previously. Still not running 100% accurately, still struggling, and still really running into the same issue with Firefox, which it definitely feels like it is probably less Firefox's issue and probably UI Vision's issue, in that the one person making UI Vision, or at least it seems like the one person making UI Vision, seems to be very non-interested in tackling that problem. Like, it feels like he has, for lack of a better term, in my opinion, a bad attitude as a programmer making a public and commercial product, in that he is not interested in fixing bugs as much as he's interested in adding new features, and he may just not actually have the skill set to find and fix the bugs, and may be frustrated with it, which is reasonable. But someone else posted on the forum and an issue, and he just didn't even respond to it. And when you look in the forums, that's fairly common, that he doesn't respond to it, and there is just no other active community of people working on it who can help or comment in the forum either. So you'll see people with real issues completely ignored. It might be a point where a program like this, like UI Vision as an extension, may at some point just be completely abandoned by the creator, and then maybe, as we saw with Comic Rack over the course of like 10 plus years, it was probably closer to 15, eventually the fandom of Comic Rack just said, hey, the original creator here more than likely died in some mysterious way and left nobody in charge, and well, that he's not really dead, the creator, but he might as well be dead, and that he's just abandoned the project and stopped doing anything on it, to the point where the fandom just reverse engineered the software, and now Comic Rack Community Edition exists and is not getting taken down, seemingly. Last time I checked, it wasn't taken down for just blatantly infringing on the copyright of the original creator, who seems not to care or not be aware of it. Which, that's the worst way for a program to be maintained, if you're going to call that maintaining, instead of just going open source or being open source. And Selenium, which is what UI Vision's somewhat based on, is open source, but there isn't a different extension that uses Selenium other than UI Vision that I'm aware of. My chart here still not really doing anything, and really won't be updated for a while as I continue to work on my macros, so I'm not even really getting new information there. But the longer trending chart here, I think, is increasingly proving to be fairly irrelevant, and it might really be better for me to just give up on this chart and stick with SteamDB's shorter term charts instead of taking information from SteamDB and trying to stretch it out over 52 weeks. But yes, in the last 52 weeks, is this fairly accurate as far as what games are being played? Probably still fairly accurate though. So yes, I do have something I can show here. If seems like those images just didn't want to load in. As far as the games I played, and that, yes, I played Memento Mori, a total of 7 hours. What does my game content really do there? Nothing apparently. No game stats. Why don't you get stats? Achievements and global achievements. Because the game doesn't have any achievements. One thing I can say about Memento Mori is that it really very much is a quick and dirty port of the mobile game. It runs fine. It runs better here than it does on my phone. But it says tap to start. It probably doesn't have controller support. I couldn't imagine it does. And it starts off in windowed mode, but then it can go to full screen mode later. But yeah, there's really nothing special about playing it on a PC. It scales everything up, so it's not like you see smaller text and it just squeezes everything on one screen, whereas on a cell phone you'd have to scroll around and up and down to see everything. No, it's exactly the same visually. And yeah, there really is just no difference there. I do think though, as far as mobile gacha games, or just mobile games in general, we're going to see more and more of this. But Memento Mori is at an advantage, certainly, in that it has always been a widescreen game. So you're not going to have just like a portrait mode with black bars on the side when looking at it. And yeah, as I was going through the quick look, I saw several of the anime waifu girls, and yeah, some of them do show a little bit more skin than I probably realized playing it on my cell phone. In fairness, I really am at a point now where nudity barely even registers with me. Yeah, I scrolled down my Twitter just to see if anything new was there, and saw a cosplayer if you really want to call her a cosplayer, who is almost 100% visible and nude. She was mostly nude, other than she had pasties and maybe a jacket and boots on, and there was just a sword as she was doing a 2B cosplay, although it's kind of hard to call that a 2B cosplay when there's really not a costume there. And yeah, I almost scrolled right past it. One day I will probably get so old that I will scroll right past it and not even register it in my mind. That being said, I still would say Memento Mori is definitely lewd in a few places, in a few screens, and that's it. I would really have no problem with a 12-year-old playing Memento Mori, in my opinion. For the visuals, I'd have more of a problem of having a 12-year-old play Memento Mori, just because there's a lot of sad, depressing stories in it that I would think a 12-year-old might be affected by more. Like, even the name, Remember You Will Die, is what that stands for, I believe, is a sad and depressing statement. My router decided to reboot. I think it got an update and it changed, I think, my IP address. So I had to log back into Steam, which, yeah, that was an extra little bit of work I had to do. But also, I know my network has been struggling in a few places, and I question if maybe it's a case that when I changed the settings for my backups using Vorta and Borg Backup, Borg Backup being the real program, the command line program, and Vorta being a graphical user interface. On top of that, I increased the amount of compression, and I can't help but wonder if maybe the compression happens on my server's end and not the client's end, which would mean that my router was doing the compression, and maybe I'm overtaxing the CPU, which you're not going to have that powerful of a CPU on a router. So I may very well need to lower the compression ratio so I'm not taxing the CPU. Inherently, they don't make it easy to run Borg on even a modified router. I think in part because if done improperly, and if you don't have a fairly high-powered gaming router, you're going to be asking it to do something that it is just not really capable of doing. Yeah, routers are not just little computers. They're very much more specialized devices. Interesting that we have like the Godot engine here as one of the recently updated things, which certainly, I guess now that Steam is highlighting recently updated things, it does make some sense to just update your game or software as often as possible, because that may just get you in front of a lot of other people's attention. Yeah. I would be incredibly shocked, though, if there was something like Memento Mori on any of the charts, or that it would ever make it to the front page. Just don't expect that to really be the case ever. And if I did see it on the front page, I would suspect it was targeting me specifically. I saw a review for the first Berserker Kazan, and in general I wouldn't pay a lot of attention to the review, but if I was following it correctly, it seemed like it's a decent, perhaps slightly harder than a lot of Dark Souls games, while still being fairly true to Dark Souls. Some of the enemies apparently can heal themselves and steal life from you. A little too frequently was the one thing I caught. Inherently, I had the audio playing in the background. I wasn't paying much attention to it. Yeah, and I think not this game series, but the series that's very similar to this series. Not the Metro series, but the other one. I think I heard somebody say that that series was fairly difficult. We have 2 midweek sales going on. Yeah, if I was going to see Momentum Away, it would be down here below the fold. Okay. So this haste game seems like it might be very new. It does seem like it is a running and gunning, swinging game that we've seen games like this done many times before, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done well. This is already on the follow list. By the way, I don't have my duplicate tab extension on at the moment because I was testing. Last of Us is also on the follow list. First Berserker Kazan. I'm gonna have to think about whether I really want that or not. And then here we have a dark visual novel from the looks of it, which is being rated very positively. That being said, I don't think I'd make a YouTube short on this. Yeah, I would say it does feel like, although I don't really have enough information to make any idea as far as what YouTube shorts I make are actually successful, it does feel like the visual novel anime art style ones don't get cooked on anywhere as often, which that would be totally in line with, this is still in early access, interesting, with the general, I think, fandom, which also makes a difficult argument as far as potentially getting some of these more of these Neptunia games. I already have probably way over invested into a bunch of these anyways, particularly since a decent amount of these Neptunia games are not rather worth playing. One of the games, though, that the most recent game with the motorcycles fighting doggos, it's not even being advertised or promoted here. It was so poorly received. Interesting. I guess the idea here also should just be that Idea Factory is perhaps staying too much to the same narrative, and that almost everything they have is anime focused and a little lewd in its design, which is not working, I think, particularly well for them, since they are increasingly having to censor themselves. And I do expect that we're going to see more and more of that happen with the Switch 2, which I promised Switch 2 news, and we haven't even gotten to any of that yet. Do we have any refurbed Steam Decks? Seems like now we are fairly consistently capable of getting refurbed 1TB OLEDs. And heck, if you want to really save some money, there seems to even be 64GB ones that are LCDs at $279. You're going to immediately want to crack that open and put in bigger hard drive in it, but it may be cheaper now than it was at launch when this first came out to do that. That being said, I still would heavily suggest just getting this. Yes, you are paying nearly double the price, but you're also getting an OLED screen with a better CPU and GPU configuration. So there's a lot of internal things that are different there. I wish we would get to a point where the difference was only the LCD screen changes and then it's $100 to $200 cheaper, but that's just not really how much it costs in difference between a 7-inch LCD versus a 7.2-inch OLED, which is, I believe, the sizes. It's something close to that. But yeah, if you're not going to go super cheap, it's really hard to justify this. Particularly, it's a shame that the 512 is not available, because then that would bridge the gap a little bit more. I do think 512 also is the minimum you really want on a Steam Deck anyways. But then the Switch 2 has been announced, so I really shouldn't even close that, because we're going to need that page later. So to save some time, I'm just going to, in mostly silence, scroll down the Steam games here. And this is another page that I'm going to ask people to memorize and not actually keep around, though, in that the games here are going to need to be sharply contrasted with the games that have been announced for the Switch 2, which there is a long list of this. But yeah, it definitely feels like what happened is that the previous announcement talking about Switch 1 games was designed specifically to get them out of the way of, yeah, we'll stay here and use this for when we see compare prices with this Switch 2. But yeah, it definitely feels like the goal was to get things like Metroid Prime 4 out of the way so that they could then announce a whole bunch of Switch 2 stuff and have a presentation that just doesn't confuse things in any way. Everything at that first presentation was a Switch 1 thing that might be upgradable to a Switch 2 version, whereas everything on this April 2nd announcement is going to be Switch 2 related. And one of the announcements that we're going to get to is that it is going to cost money to upgrade from a Switch 1 version of a game to a Switch 2 of the version. So despite the fact that the Switch 2 is almost certainly still going to be 5-year-old hardware, Nintendo is definitely going to push the idea of games being more expensive. So the era of $70 Nintendo games is nearly upon us. So let's go through the Video Games Chronicle headlines. Nintendo Switch 2 accessory prices have been announced. The Switch 2 Pro controller is going to cost $80 US or 75 pounds. Here we can see the Pro controller has a C button, but otherwise looks almost identical to the Pro controller for the Switch 1. A Switch 2 camera is going to cost $60, which I'd need to see the specs to know if that was worth it or not. A Nintendo Switch GameCube controller, which can be used to play the new GameCube games available on Switch Online expansion pack for Switch 2, is going to cost $64, and also I believe you have to pre-order to get that. A Nintendo branded microSD express card with a capacity of 256 gigs is going to cost $55, which might be somewhat worth it. It's still probably going to be a little overpriced, but the microSD express standard is basically at PCI Express connection speeds, so the act of downloading and loading and playing games from it is much more reasonable. That being said, I don't think micro SD express cards are anywhere as expensive as the memory expansion thing that was for the Xbox Series S and X that basically nobody embraced, and that was very ridiculous for them to make a proprietary standard and then have seemed like just one manufacturer make that proprietary memory card expansion thing. Yeah, micro SD express cards and GameCube controls will initially only be available to pre-order for those who are also pre-ordering the Switch 2. Switch 2 Pro controller features a brand new G, L, and GR buttons, which can be assigned to other buttons on the controller. Will also feature the newly announced C button, which can be used for the Discord-like game chat feature. So we now know apparently what the C button is about. It's a chat button. Let's hit play here. I'm going to try to avoid watching too much of this, but yeah, I want to see where these buttons are. We can get a general look on the controller. It doesn't seem like it's going to really spin the controller around. Yeah, it does. So yeah, this is just your standard GameCube. And there's the C button being added. So I don't know where the G buttons are. Like, you'd almost think that it would be somewhere on the grabber here. The Z button's not new. Those triggers are not new. There is something on the top there that does seem like it might be a sync your connection button here. It was weird, certainly there's only one bump there, and there's a button here and a button here. But I imagine those are just pause things. The majority of the stream is showing off GameCube games. Switch 2 camera can also be used for game chat, as well as the ability to add players' faces to certain games. The Switch 2 GameCube controller can be used for GameCube Library, which is coming to the Nintendo Switch exclusively to Switch Online Plus and Plus expansion pack subscribers. Yeah. So yeah, I'd assume G, L, and G R buttons are somewhere on the grip. So yeah, it may have been a case that they were holding back GameCube games. It may have been the case, though, that the Switch 1 literally just could not emulate GameCube games. You are hitting a whole new era, certainly, with GameCube games. The somewhat big era but it is, I think, statistically speaking, true that the GameCube was kind of a failure, and particularly being squished between the massive success of the Wii and the large success of the Nintendo 64. And in a lot of ways, the wild and crazy controller designs of the Nintendo 64 made the GameCube controllers feel mundane, and then the wild controller layout of the Wiimote abandoned much of what the GameCube controllers were doing, even though in the long run most gamers still really do want a modernization on what the GameCube controllers were working towards. Yeah. GameCube era definitely would have been an era where the controllers themselves were establishing the idea of tank controls, and so the idea of making games with tank controls was also evolving the idea of controllers. And the controllers really here are more establishing the idea of camera controls and 3D environments in games. I saw a YouTuber who talked about how Nintendo has this problem, and that it's just taking them longer and longer for them to make their first party games, and so effectively you're not making the Nintendo fanboys that you once were. Myself being a Nintendo fanboy, I could see that definitely being the case, in that even though I did enjoy Mario Odyssey, I felt no need to play it on day one, and even if I had played Mario Odyssey the day it had launched, that probably would have been 6 or 7 years ago, whereas there would have been just a lot more Mario things out there to try and play. And inherently, yes, Nintendo has a problem in that it's not making enough mainline Mario games, it's not making enough Mario Sports games, it's not making enough Smash Bros. Games, it's not making enough Mario Party games, it's just not making enough anything. It's also not really experimenting too much. Splatoon is the last big success. The GameCube controller, by the way, is also still an awful controller. It's not really a layout you want. I would definitely prefer to emulate on a Steam Deck or a gaming PC GameCube games and just play with a modern Xbox controller. And the PlayStation controller fans probably would feel the same way. There is definitely some weirdness in this design, also in that there really is just no reason for there to be a gap in the plastic here. They never attached any accessories or anything to it in that way. But yeah. They have a first look at the Nintendo Switch 2 game box art. The Switch 2's game box art will retain the red motif, which, yeah, that is going to, if this is how it's going to look, that's going to squish down a lot of the cover art and make no cover art feel particularly great. Although reversible covers sometimes are an option to fix that. Also, if you're maintaining the red motif, it's going to be harder, certainly for stores, to stock Switch 2 games next to Switch games. But also, of the primary colors, if Nintendo has red and Sony has blue and Microsoft has green, they would have to have gone to a secondary color or straight up tried to copy another color if they were going to do anything different. We could certainly have gone gold, though, but then that might be a little too special. You wouldn't want to go bronze and silver. And ideally, the real thing you'd want to have happen here is just it to be full screen as far as the cover art. And I'm sure we'll talk about all these games like Donkey Kong Bonanza. But yeah, just going full cover and maybe just having the spine be red or a different color might have been good enough. Of course, when you put these covers in, they don't 100% always match up and line up on the spine, so you would have to have much more accurate printing and cutting of the paper if that was going to be the case. The Switch 2 edition labeling here we can see is pointing out something. I almost wonder if the Switch 2 cases are going to weirdly be bigger, which that wouldn't make a lot of sense for them to do that. If anything, they should make the cases smaller. We are also seeing a QR code here. It includes the Nintendo Switch game and the Nintendo Switch 2 edition upgrade pack. Upgrade pack is also available separately. For details, visit with the included visit. For details, visit, and then it changes to a different language here. Yeah. That's hopefully not the final cover art, because that makes very little sense. Right. Nintendo will sell a cheaper $330 Switch 2 in Japan that's region locked. A more expensive multilingual Switch will also be available. So this implies to me that the new guy in charge of Nintendo of Japan and Nintendo in general is very much still Japanese at heart, in that he wants to make sure it stays a massive success in his home country first and foremost. And certainly there's a lot of Japanese companies that are like that, where they don't care about foreign sales. They don't care if they're selling 1,000,000 times more copies of movies in China. They only care about selling in their own country, which frankly is a weird kind of corporate isolationism or xenophobia that does not have a lot of evidence to make any sense. Maybe at some point, if tariffs and countries went to war with each other and thus you stopped being able to export your Switches or movies or whatever you're selling, that would make some sense, but that's not really a way to run business at the moment, even now. $330 is the price in Japan. So, in contrast, we don't have any internal specs or even external specs, but a brand new non-refurb version of the 256 LCD is $399, whereas the refurbed version of the 512 is $359. So pay $20 more, you'll have more built-in storage, and you'll have a Steam Deck where games are going to be way cheaper. So in the long run, you're really going to save yourself money. In fact, if they are about $70 a game, you're going to start saving yourself money after 2 or 3 game purchases. Basically, yeah. If you get a game for like $10, 2 or 3 $10 games, it's going to save you so much compared to 3 $70 games. But they won't be Nintendo games, so it's still not an apples to apples comparison. $330 does not compare to the $439 refurbed 512 if you can get that in stock. But we have yet to see what it's actually going to cost outside of Japan. Let's see. I wonder if there would be any hardware reason why a domestic only version of the Switch could be so much cheaper, because the multilingual version here is $467. So where are you getting that $130 difference there? Is it because it has some kind of cell tower technology in it? That wouldn't be $130 though. They have a SIM card type cell phone connection modem in it. No, I can't think of anything else that you could strip out of a Japanese domestic only version of a Switch 2 that wouldn't need to be in every other part of every other Switch 2. If anything, my suspicion is that this $334 version is not going to come with a dock, and there's just going to be a case that you can plug in the Switch 2 into an original dock. It may not come with even a power cord, so it may very well just be the Switch 2 and 2 Joy-Cons, whereas maybe this then would include a dock and a power cord and a network cord and an HDMI cord and 2 Joy-Cons, maybe no wrist straps even. And if you added all of that together, maybe that is the case. They're perhaps claiming to do this to fight reselling, which seems weird though, because I think you will just find that reselling will still happen with the domestic version, and people will just end up with useless Switches. Current Switch in Japan is $222, so in contrast, the domestic version is still $132 more expensive. Now, $467 is, I guess, the price we can expect everybody outside of Japan to pay for a Switch 2. So let's come back and look at the chart now. At that point, it is now cheaper just outright to buy a 512 gigabyte recertified OLED version, which is the model I would recommend. It is considerably cheaper to buy any of the LCD versions, which I still really wouldn't recommend. And you could potentially even wait for a newer device that runs Steam OS to come out, and that may also be cheaper when you start to calculate the savings you'll get on games. To buy one brand new, if you hate recertified ones for some reason, a 512 OLED is $550, being then $90 more expensive than the Switch 2. Again, still very much not an apples to apples comparison though, because unless you're going to go the route of trying to pirate brand new Switch 2 games, which is going to be difficult, and emulate them on a Steam Deck, which is going to be difficult, you're not going to be able to play Nintendo games on it. New Switch 2 Nintendo games, at least, and probably Switch 1 games. Probably won't have too much problems though if you can find ROMs out there for Wii U games and Wii games, and certainly not going to run into any problems with GameCube and Nintendo 64 games, although maybe even GameCube emulation might be a little tough on a Steam Deck, but probably not, since Nintendo hardware has always been kind of old Yeah, emulating such old hardware is not that hard. Next bit, and certainly Video Games Chronicle is just squeezing out as much articles as possible. Maybe this is also in part why they haven't been putting out much news lately, is that they were just saving themselves up for this announcements. But yeah, the Nintendo Switch 2 home screen looks similar to the Switch home screen, though the UI is somewhat different with new icons on the bottom of the screen, which there definitely was some room for improvement there. Remember, the Switch 2 is bigger, and that is one of its probably best sales points that is hard to get across on a screenshot, is that the controllers are now a reasonable adult size, so the screen is also bigger, although you do still see probably too wide of a bezel here. They are actively making this black bezel bigger because they don't want the plastic here to be thicker, but they needed this space to get the connectors to work. In a lot of ways, it probably would have made more sense if the connectors jutted out from the screen instead of jutting out from the controllers, and the controllers could have had more empty space. But if the controllers have more empty space, that means their battery would be smaller, although I don't know if that matters too much. And interestingly, you only see your overall Switch's battery on this screen. You have to go to the Joy-Cons system, I'm sure, to actually see the batteries of the two Joy-Cons. But yeah, with the bigger screen, you could definitely eliminate a lot of empty space here, and a lot of empty space here, a lot of negative space here, a lot of negative space here. It definitely feels like you could have just taken this whole menu and dragged it down, and then maybe taken this and dragged it down, and maybe taken this and dragged it down, and squished all of it down as one bar, or maybe taken this and dragged it up, taken this and dragged it up, put this down in the center, then maybe have a little bit of negative space here and a little bit of negative space. Do whatever you have to do to try and resize these to be bigger, and maybe 2 rows makes some sense, so you're highlighting more games that can be tapped on via the touchscreen instantaneously, or possibly one big square for your latest game and then smaller squares for previous games. Definitely room for more visuals overall. Apparently more is to follow. But yeah, I definitely think there's room for improvement there. Let's see. There's a gallery here where Nintendo has released over 90 new Switch 2 images. It's going to officially release in June, launch worldwide June 5th. So, is that like a month from now? It's January, February, March, April, June, July. Yeah. Unless I'm forgetting a month, which I very possibly am. That's a month from now. So, yeah, but I don't know if there really needs to be a huge rush to get the game console. You definitely could let the early adopters work on that. And yes, the images here are messed up. Apparently there's an NFC reader on the Pro controller that's at this spot, and that there's also an NFC reader that has you putting it directly over at least the right Joy-Con's analog stick, from the looks of that. Here's some strap images. Here's what the Pro controllers have. They have an R and a ZR and an L and a ZL. Seems like there will be a lot of images here that don't really matter. The attachment to add the straps is sliding in another bar, which has kind of these awkward bumps. And then it looks like these are skid pads so that you can use the mouse mode, which they finally have confirmed. Here's the camera. It looks incredibly generic and totally only dock mode compatible. I just don't see any way this thing is ever going to attach and get a good image from being attached directly to a Switch 2. Like, even if you could just like unscrew this part and then have a shorter cable and plug it in directly into the Switch 2, this is going to be a huge camera. And it's worth pointing out, this CCD, the size of the camera sensor and the lens here, looks really small in comparison to the rest of this. So I'm expecting that you're going to have fairly poor quality images from it. The better the camera size and CCD size is, generally the better the image is. Sensors, which is usually how they sell it, as far as like a 50 megapixel or something like that, give you some idea of that, but a 50 megapixel on a tiny lens is not going to do anywhere as good as a 50 megapixel on a huge lens. And I assume this is just a black bezel on the side here that lights up whenever the camera's on. Nintendo is going bold here and introducing a camera at all, and I can't help but wonder if all images are going through some kind of child sexually abusive database, or probably not a database, probably an AI thing that's just going to make sure you're not taking pictures of your butthole and putting it as the chat image that you're showing that are kids. So maybe they have gotten that technology going pretty well, but there's definitely going to be a lot of parents that are going to say absolutely no to the camera, so they did the smart thing in keeping it separate. That being said, this camera does look terrible, to the point where if you're going to have a lens that's that small, you might as well have built it into the device and just had a physical blocking agent to it of some sort, or have two different models, one with a camera, one without, or have the camera module straight up screwed into the top. That wouldn't be terrible, frankly, is if there was a camera module that had two screws at the top, you unscrew them and it just pops right out. It's just held in by like a springy type connector, and then you put a piece of plastic in there and it is just removed completely. Or you could say, hey, you have to purchase this separately and attach it separately yourself with two screws. Would make some sense. But yeah, I heavily question whether the mouse mode is actually going to work. It's not really even a gimmick in my opinion, as much as it is a desperate attempt to bring more mobile games and gacha games and more strategy type PC games or first person shooter games that just can't be played with a Joy-Con to the Switch 2. Now, looking at the back of the Switch 2's dock, take note that there still isn't really a place to put a camera, so they weren't particularly forward thinking at all, in that there could easily have been a screw hole to mount a camera to this, but they didn't change much in the dock at all. I wouldn't be surprised if that maybe is an indication that there was a completely different team that made the dock versus the team that made the camera. And it may be that the new guy in charge of Nintendo of Japan is keeping those teams very separated and segregated so that they can't talk to each other. Alright, so let's talk about some games. Mario Odyssey, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and more are getting free Switch 2 updates. Several Nintendo Switch titles will receive free updates, which, to contrast that, is also to say some will not. And the Switch 2 updates for Mario Odyssey, I expect, will be fairly minimal. Maybe just boosts in textures and resolutions and shaders, perhaps. Whereas a lot more would be expected from Scarlet and Violet, and almost certainly what would be reasonable to expect from Scarlet and Violet is not what you're actually going to get, as far as just fixing glitchiness and perhaps even adding more content, which I don't think any of the Switch 2 upgrades are actually going to add any content other than perhaps some generic DLC costumes, maybe. Yeah. It also doesn't seem like they're being particularly as clear as they should be, in that there are going to be Switch 2 editions that, if they are not careful, are going to be purchased by people who only own the Switch 1 and feel ripped off and return them, or something like that, in that the Switch 2 editions may not really play. Although right now it seems like Switch 2 editions include just the original version of the Switch games and an upgrade code. So we have a full list here, but it's questionable how much you could even upgrade the graphics on Clubhouse Games 51. Yeah. Definitely at this price point of $450, it's going to be a hard sell based on upgrades of old games. It's going to be a much easier sell based on announcements of new games and hype around those new games. But even that, times are tough right now. You have to admit that too. So, well, undoubtedly there are a lot of parents who are saying we're not going to get a Switch 2, don't even ask. I think there might be a lot of parents here that actually stick to that. Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom will have achievements on the Nintendo Switch 2 in-app achievements. They will be exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2 versions of the game. So, do current Switch 1 games have achievements? I don't think so. This headline's kind of confusing, but yeah. I don't feel like Switch 1 games did have achievements, and perhaps this is them just doing a very boring thing that everybody else is doing, and perhaps getting into the idea of achievements way too late, after the fact that most people don't even care about achievements nowadays. The Switch 2 Edition games are separate from standard Switch 2 backwards compatibility and need to either be purchased separately or upgraded for the owners of Switch 1 versions. So yeah, it is some weird confusion here in that there will be more standard Switch 2 games that will be backwards compatible. Then there are also going to be Switch 2 editions that are going to be re-releases of some games. And it seems like one of the parts of them being re-released is adding achievements. Which achievements alone, I definitely do not think would justify buying a game a second time. Apologies that I'm yawning here. Yeah, again, I knew this was going to happen. I knew that either I was going to have to fall asleep, which I was not feeling sleepy, at like 10 in the morning, and then wake up at 7 and stream late into the evening and still probably yawn, or I was going to continue to try and push my sleep schedule so I stay up later and later in the afternoon and actually fall asleep close to 8 or 9 in the evening like a normal person. Nintendo says that the Switch 2 could have been called the Super Nintendo Switch, but one detail changed its mind. Actually, I thought that myself, and you know, it does feel like that would have been a nice little throwback to the Super Nintendo to say, hey, the Switch is the new NES for a new generation, so let's call this the Super NES equivalent. The initials there would be SNS, which I don't think stands for anything particularly offensive or any kind of like wrestling group or anything like that that I can think of. Maybe it's just too close to SMS, short message system. But perhaps it is just a case that nobody wants to go back and be nostalgic. There were a lot of ideas for the name and we really struggled to find the right one. The Super Switch name was vetoed due to how it could be compared to Super Nintendo and its relationship to the original NES. Super NES, which came out after the NES, couldn't play NES games. Since the Switch 2 can play Switch games, it didn't feel right to use the same naming convention. Okay, I imagine Super Switch does also perhaps have some copyright somewhere. Something else is probably called the Super Switch around the world. And at least we're not getting ridiculous names like the Wii, which that was kind of a ridiculous name, certainly. And yeah, a Switch is I believe, a gay person who can be a top or a bottom, or it could be someone into BDSM who could be a dominant or a submissive. So just like the Wii had some genitalia references, Switch has always had a few references that aren't going to be common enough or popular enough to stop them from using the name. Yeah, it does unfortunately push them into the era of the next console just being called the Switch 3, because there's really no reason why the next console in 8 years from now, when it probably comes out at minimum, wouldn't be backward compatible also. And so yeah, wouldn't be surprised if it's called the Switch 3. The only thing I could think is maybe if they just drastically changed the hardware layout, if for some reason they decided that they were going to try and sell portable devices and home devices separately again, maybe they would come out with something with a different name in that case. But yeah, the screen here, which is an LCD screen as far as we've heard, is probably only about $60 on the price of it, so you'd still have a $380 box if you were going to try and sell something that was the Switch but it could only be played on TVs. And then I just don't think you're going to save too much otherwise. Like, you could rip the battery out of a always plugged in device. Maybe you could have wired controllers, but probably not. They'd still need to be wireless, so no savings there. And you could rip the screen out. You could rip the speakers out. speakers are probably only about $5 in large purchasing. Anything you ripped out, you probably would just want to put more power into it. So I would still expect a console that has to be plugged into a TV from Nintendo, if they were going to make such a thing, to cost at least $500, or whatever $500 will be equivalent whenever they came out with a device like that, if they were going to come out with a device like that. And yeah, if they made a new console, they could experiment more with the controllers. I guess if they make a new portable device but the controller layout is different and just completely uncompatible with Switch games, then maybe you would see less backward compatibility. But I bet they would never do that. I mean, they weren't even willing to align the controlling buttons here in a way that makes any sense or any real difference. Let's see, the Nintendo legend Iwata once rejected Switch 2's magnetic Joy-Cons, but the team refused to give up. The idea was originally intended for the Switch 1, the producer reveals. Yeah, that's believable. It probably was not ready for prime time. It may very well be the case that strong enough magnets had not been invented or shrunken down to the needed size. I wouldn't be surprised, since I assume this little dot here is part of the magnetic technology there. I wouldn't be surprised if 8 years ago they couldn't have made the dots small enough, and even now they couldn't make the dots small enough because the Joy-Cons themselves are bigger. Yeah, at this point we also are getting way too much information that is not particularly that relevant to the Switch. So here's some more relevant information. 46 third-party games have been confirmed for the Switch 2, with 17 coming on launch day. A full list of the third-party games that are coming to the Switch is, I assume, down lower. This is one of those examples of where Cyberpunk 2077 kind of failed, in that you could make a customizable protagonist, and thus screenshots of one protagonist look completely different than screenshots of others. So yeah, they are going all in on day one. That being said, this list also is not all just AAA games. Fortnite, for instance, is a very different game from Cyberpunk 2077. So yeah, of the games here, the big ones look like Cyberpunk and Fortnite and Hogwarts Legacy, where the rest of these are, I don't think, going to bring anywhere as much enthusiasm. After launch, we've got newer games that aren't out yet, like Borderlands 4, and this Duskbloods games was announced. Marvel Rivals not showing up on this list, but Marvel Cosmic Invasion is. A decent amount of variety here, but not really a lot that would knock your socks off. So it's the number alone that's trying to knock your socks off, with 46 games being mentioned, which, in fairness, if you ask somebody to name 46 games for the Switch 1 over its lifetime, I think you'd really struggle. Like, I would basically struggle to name more than 10 games in the lifetime of the Switch, particularly if I was not allowed to name games that were just re-releases of games that had already come out. And the Switch 2 is not going to be able to lean on that trick for very long. There's going to only be so many GameCube games that it can re-release, and other games it can re-release. Nintendo Switch 2's Mario Kart World is going to cost $80, so they definitely are pushing the idea of more expensive games, and it's going to be more expensive physically than it is digitally. Now, the World title here makes me assume that they are going to try to evoke the idea of going to more locations, but that doesn't make a lot of sense in the Mario Kart universe, in that every racetrack is effectively a different location. So yeah, I guess they just needed a title. What I do see here that seems like it might be new is that there might be straight up jet ski races, taking something like what was the jet ski game before for the Nintendo 64? I want to say it was Pilot Wings, but no, that certainly wasn't what it was. Off-road bikes and motorcycles and carts all existing before. This bus here, I assume, is not something that you're going to drive. If very often it might be some silly thing. Interesting, there's a star electrical grid. So yeah, unless this was going to try and take on the real world and have real world maps, which would feel weird, but it would at least give them a new direction to take the Mario Kart series. It just feels like this is going to be more Mario Kart. Looking at the image here, it is possible it's trying to evoke Cruising World. This looks like this is probably New Donk City in the background there, and I'd assume that this is a new version of Princess Peach's castle in the background here. No, that is Eggman from the looks of it in the background. This is a Sonic Easter egg. Of course, look at what we're looking at here. If I didn't happen to have a magnifying app that I can use to magnify things, there's no way you would have seen this tiny pixely image. But that definitely screams Eggman to me, being hidden in a Princess Peach's castle. So I am expecting Sonic. And if there is one Easter egg in this game, ooh, planes. That might be something, although probably not really. Yeah, if there's one Easter egg, there is a possibility that there are some other Easter eggs around. It's interesting here, you have Luigi wearing a helmet, but then lots of other characters not wearing helmets. Donkey Kong Bonanza is going to be £58.99, which is still going to be more expensive than what you would expect. Maybe the new gimmick here is you can actually grind when crashing on other people instead of just spinning them out. I think it's going to be hard, certainly, to sell new Mario Kart as anything other than just more Mario Kart, though. And it may sell very well just as more Mario Kart, with the one issue that it's probably going to be too expensive. And the fact that they called it World instead of 9 probably means that they're done with the numbering system, and yeah, that would make some sense also. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is coming to the Switch 2. The first part of the trilogy has been confirmed. So it's going to be really delayed experience for anybody that plays that on the Switch. Also a very different audience compared to Mario Kart, where you would expect Mario Kart to be for younger kids and Final Fantasy VII to be for older teenagers at the least. Probably old men who played Final Fantasy VII before. Switch 2 will be available for pre-order for Nintendo next week. They're going to invite the most dedicated Nintendo Switch players in the UK and Europe by inviting them to pre-order first. I don't know if that's the same way they're going to do it in the United States. Remember, Video Games Chronicle is in the UK and UK focused. Again, I don't know a real reason why you'd want to pre-order it. Right now, I think the tariffs are probably already in place. So in the United States, you might be paying a 20% spike for a Nintendo Switch. Plus, I believe it was only yesterday that China, Taiwan, and Korea, and Japan, countries that often never get together and agree on anything, have all agreed that they are going to put reciprocal tariffs on the United States. Which, yeah. So, now anything being imported from the United States to those Asian countries are going to cost 20% more for people in those countries to import them. That being said, I don't know how much of anything from the United States is getting exported to any country. The only thing possibly there is we're exporting like wood and lumber out to factories to assemble furniture to then sell it back to people in the United States. Yeah. Guns and weapons are about the only thing we really export in the United States. Let's see. Moving on, Kirby Air Riders is in development with Masahiro Sakurai directing. The sequel to Kirby Air Ride is set for release this year. When was the first Kirby Air Ride made? That feels like that was a long time ago. Certainly Video Game Chronicles just has like more to follow. They were clearly just typing up these articles as the live stream was happening. And certainly we could have just sat through the live stream today instead of actually reading the articles, but yeah, that's not really what I wanted to do. Okay, we've already heard the price, but we'll reiterate it. $450. It comes with the console, 2 Joy-Con 2 controllers, grips, straps, a dock, an ultra high-speed HDMI cable. What is the gigabits per second on that? Because that would matter. If it is like a 12 gigabits per second versus a 20 versus a 40, that would matter quite a bit on the price. An AC adapter and a USB-C charging cable that seems to be separate from the AC adapter, but maybe not. It may be that you have an AC transformer adapter that you have to then immediately plug the USB-C cord into and put into the dock. Moving on, Donkey Kong Bonanza is the next big 3D adventure coming to the Switch 2. The Nintendo mascot will come to Switch 2 in July. Do we have a specific day? July 17th. So yeah, let's get a general view of what Bonanza looks like. My assumption is that it is going to be attempt of a new take of something like Donkey Kong Country, but unlike Donkey Kong Country early games that were in 3D, I mean 2.5D in side-scrolling games, this is going to be in 3D. So yeah. In a weird way, this is going to make it feel like there's just going to be too many first-party Nintendo 3D games. There is perhaps some ideas here being highlighted to show the direction that Nintendo is thinking when it makes games, and that it is trying to get into that realm of speed tree style open world areas where there's a lot of just repetitive, unimportant foliage and easy to make rocky terrains, and a lot of climbing from Breath of the Wild as a concept. They are kind of reinventing the wheel in a lot of ways. They are doing something interesting here in the ability to pound into the ground, but I wouldn't be surprised if you can only do that in very specific spots, and that you can't just Minecraft your way throughout the whole game. It does seem like they are weirdly going to give you an annoying sidekick, which that may be a first for the Donkey Kong series. And this Donkey Kong definitely feels like he's going to have more personality. And yeah, I can't help but wonder if this is going to be a small collection of areas that lead always to bosses, in the same way that the previous Kirby game also had areas. Kirby in the Forgotten Land also had areas that led to bosses. So yeah, there's a danger here that they're just going to become triple formulaic, in that you're going to have Mario games that have areas that lead to bosses. You're going to have Donkey Kong games that have areas that lead to bosses. And you're going to have Kirby games that have areas that lead to bosses. I'm probably missing a couple other game series that Nintendo makes first party too that do about the same thing. So they're going to have to be really careful to make Donkey Kong games feel like they have a Donkey Kong exclusive gimmick, and Mario games feel like they have a Mario exclusive gimmick, and Kirby games feel like it has a Kirby exclusive gimmick. Otherwise, there is going to be a danger in that people are just going to say all the Nintendo games feel the same, and that's not really what they want, I'm sure. A new FromSoft game called The Duskbloods is coming exclusively to the Switch 2. The game is coming in 2026. I question if any game these days would stay an exclusive forever, and I wouldn't be surprised if games like this Duskbloods might be lazily designed because it's going to be on the Switch 2 only. I'm expecting this hand to just keep crawling up and then not be attached to anything. This is an interesting trailer. You don't get this kind of cinematic experience here, where it seems like a woman full of life is probably his wife, although it's not on the typical ring finger. It's touching a gray-handed, scarred by some sigil hand, who may be a vampire, considering the title. That being said, that was 1/3 of this entire trailer. we have seen very little. It looks like kind of aristocratic characters with what looks like maybe guns, maybe bows, swords. Seems like there's several different archetypes being put in here, and almost feels like it's going to be a fighting game, but I don't think that's the case. And that one feels out of nowhere as far as a rocket steampunk man. Yeah, we're getting weirder and weirder imagery as we get into the 2/3 of the way trailer point. And yep, you look like a vampire, and this looks like a Dark Souls game. Perhaps there is something to the idea of being able to refill your health easier as in a Dark Souls game by drinking blood. But yeah, I think there's actually very little of a complete idea in this game yet, other than there are just concept animations and trailers that have been made. You really don't have to do too much. Turning into a dinosaur was unexpected. Yeah, you don't have to really do too much though if you are making a Dark Souls game. You just have to have a map and have boss fights and bosses. Yeah. Again, go through an area and then end up at a boss, which I guess you might be able to boil down a lot of games down to that concept, as far as you go through an area and end up at a boss. I guess that animal's gonna make it. Game is player versus event. Multiplayer at its core, 8 players vie for supremacy among themselves and against challenging foes. Oh. Yeah, well, that trailer made the game feel very light, and saying it's going to be player versus player also implies to me that it's going to be very light, so this may very well be a Switch 2 exclusive game that gets played very little. It definitely would be pretty standard and maybe even the right move for third-party developers to be a little cautious of the Switch 2 and not commit exclusives to the Switch 2 or commit their new games or specific concepts of games to be Switch 2 first. Although, with the massive amount of sales for the Switch 1, there's a decent chance you can have some hope that you'd have big success on the Switch 2. But maybe that massive success of the Switch 1 is part of the problem. Street Fighter 6 is coming to the Switch 2 alongside an amiibo. Which, again, these characters, which I wish my zoom was a little less zoomy, are not anybody I recognize. Well, I actually can't even tell you how many people are in this picture, whether it's 2 people or 3 or 4, 2 more in the background, I guess. They are still sticking with the amiibo thought. That could have been one gimmick that they fully abandoned. That being said, the Labo thought of VR, I think, is totally abandoned from the Switch 2. And I wouldn't be surprised if the 3D vibration and tilting mechanics of like 1-2 Switch that were never used in any other games are pretty much abandoned. And I wouldn't be surprised if the infrared sensor is going to be pretty much abandoned, even though it will exist in the controllers. Let's see. GameCube coming officially to Switch Online. Zelda, F-Zero, Mario Sunshine, and more. Yeah. Zelda Wind Waker would be new. Soul Calibur 2, FX, F-Zero GX. I think Super Mario Sunshine, though, was part of that limited release game of 3 Mario games for the Switch, so it won't be new. I would kind of assume that most of these also are new, but yeah, unless Luigi's Mansion 1 hasn't been released and Pokemon Colosseum 1 hasn't been released. Chibi Robo is the most interesting game there that I think is new. Yeah, it might be the case that Luigi's Mansion 1 and Pokemon Colosseum 1 haven't been released, and so they are going kind of in weird backwards if that's true, and that a Luigi's Mansion 2 has been re-released and the Pokemon Colosseum 2 has been re-released before that for the Switch 1. But yeah, very quickly the games are, the GameCube games are going to run out of steam, and Nintendo just is not going to be able to resell things, particularly at a higher price. All the games that were talked about in the previous live stream, it seems, also are getting enhanced Switch 2 editions. Metroid Prime 4, Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Pokemon, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Pokemon ZA. Let's see if we got a full list here. Here's an interesting question. When was Bayonetta 2 released? On what console? I think it was a Wii or Wii U game, though. So, taking that thought and expanding it, what GameCube games are we really unlikely to see come to backwards compatibility or Switch Online? I think there's kind of a list here that we can search. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom enhanced editions will include improved resolutions, frame rates, high dynamic range support. How many people with a Switch have HDR TVs is the question. Will the LCD screens on portable mode support HDR? That's another question. That's an interesting thing that will need to be experimented with. Whereas Pokemon Legends ZA will have enhanced visuals, that's all it says. Some of them you can choose between quality mode and performance mode. Both support HDR. 4K at 60 frames per second being upscaled. That is not going to be the native resolution that they're running at, which the concept of native resolutions at this point have been mostly abandoned. Or full HD, which you assume is 1080p at 120 frames per second. Again, I assume that's not going to be the actual base rate frames per second that are being rendered either, and that there's going to be some fake frames added into that using FSR or DLSS. Probably FSR, considering it's a AMD GPU. Let's see, the Switch edition of Metroid Prime 2 is going to feature mouse controls. Is that going to prove why it's taken so long to make a Metroid game? Does the game really need to be played with a mouse? That would be weird. Smoother frame rates, faster load times, better graphics. Yeah. And then 8 years from now, they're going to come out with some Switch 3 versions of games that will claim smoother frame rates, faster load times, and better graphics. And then they'll keep doing that with every new console, I'm sure. Hmm. Gonna be something called Zelda Notes, which seems like hints to the game, and commentary from Princess Zelda, not anybody who actually worked on the game, because God forbid Nintendo give any credit to any actual associate level employee. Let's see if this has any visual comparisons in this 7-minute video. Well, immediately the trailer is zooming out to not show a full screen version of this, and in fairness, also YouTube is not going to really show you great graphics, particularly if I'm not going to bump it up to like 4K resolution and try and watch that anyways. And that highlights an issue certainly, in that you need to be able to have a side-by-side comparison even at poor quality video. And in the case of load times, yes, that looks like faster load times. So that's believable. Save data being transferable over makes every single bit of sense. And apparently you now have 2 save files, which is introducing the idea that more than one person can play, or you can have more than one playthrough without deleting your save file. Then Zelda Notes looks like it's part of the Switch app. Yeah. But yeah, this is just notes. Voice memories, again, feel like they're part of the Switch app. Now, there might be something going on here where when you enter a certain region, it automatically triggers these notes and apps. Which, yeah, that's an interesting idea, and I would question how they would actually accomplish that. On one level, you could have an ultrasonic sound playing through the TV and the Switch's speakers that would be picked up by your cell phone, and that's a way you could trigger it and not be heard. The other way would be to have both accounts connected and just send it through the internet, which would maybe be a little slower, but also wouldn't be playing weird ultrasonic sounds that humans can't hear but might have dogs or other animals bark. Seems like there might be some QR code stuff too. They definitely are going to try and put the idea of using the app foremost as a priority. And so, yeah, if you are a parent who doesn't want the kids to have a cell phone or use the app, the Switch 2 may not be for you at all. Seems like you might also trigger amiibos by scanning them with your phone instead of scanning them directly. But yeah, very little visual comparisons there. Let's see what just happened there. Ended up going somewhere. So let's do a little research on my other thought here. GameCube games that are AO. List of adults only rated video games. Is probably too short. Yeah, very, very few games here even received an adults only rating. In fact, Wikipedia has a very, very short list of games. So let's not go adults only. Let's just go M-rated. Here's a Reddit list, which is not what I was expecting. So here's the thing. GameCube was definitely in that era where it was targeting an older audience, an aging audience. People who had played Mario 64 on a Nintendo 64 were probably fairly old even at that point. And so and teenagers and moving into being 20-year-olds was a target. So here's a list effectively of games that we probably will never see come to the Nintendo shop for several reasons, but mostly just because they're M-rated. Blood Omen 2, Blood Rain, BMX XXX, absolutely not coming. First of all, there might be some underage pornography in it. I don't think that was ever proven, but there is live action stripper porn videos in it on top of animated topless riders and some skins. Some of these won't show up just probably because of either the rappers involved or the music involved. I'd love to see guys to get remastered and remade or come out, but it's probably not coming to the Switch 2. Things like Hitman 2 probably could come. Killer 7 definitely could show up, but also maybe not. Nintendo hasn't been particularly censorious lately, so they might be fairly light on a lot of these, like Mortal Kombat games. They probably don't care about anymore, and like a Metal Gear Solid game is probably going to show up. Prince of Persia games, if they were re-released, would show up. Pretty much all the Resident Evil games will show up just fine. If they were to re-release Tom Clancy games, they'd show up just fine. Turok Evolution is fine. 13 is fine. It'd be interesting if Eternal Darkness showed up. Yeah. So yeah, my thought there, I think, has probably been proven wrong. Honestly, the only game I am fairly certain that wouldn't come to the platform, it would be BMX XXX. That's the only game I know here that has actual live action footage of strippers and nudity, which they still probably would have a problem with. Which, yeah, that is fine, I guess. Although that list perhaps does also highlight that, yeah, there was a little bit more rated M for mature and teen plus games on the GameCube. So by them re-releasing GameCube games, maybe Nintendo is trying to spread out and be more open to the idea of being the Switch 2 being a console for an older audience. Which they definitely need to do that, because modern games, third-party games, are almost all either teen plus or M for mature. Most of them M for mature. And now that they have a Switch 2 that might be actually powerful enough to play modern games, you are just going to start targeting a larger and larger audience. And I wouldn't be surprised if through a lot of Q&As you get this distinct messaging from Nintendo that says the Switch 2 is for teenagers and older people, and the Switch 1 is for the younger kids. And it does a whole different thing. Even in the color layout, the Switch 1 is very much bright and colorful for younger kids, and the Switch 2 is more dark and broody, I suppose. Moving on, we still got a ton of news, I'm sure. Elden Ring is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, another example of a game that I believe is in for mature. Might have been Elden Ring Night Rain specifically. The Switch 2 Pro controller has been announced, featuring multiple new buttons. The controller will be released the same day as the Switch 2. Might be getting into some repetitive things here. It might also become a case where I've opened the same tabs multiple times. So yeah, June 5th is the release date. Mouse controls have finally been announced. Yeah, I'm going to go through these assuming that these are kind of redundant. Switch 2 Pro controller will seemingly add a much requested feature. The next Pro controller will include an upgraded fans. An upgrade fans have been calling for. And that it's adding a headphone jack. Okay. Great. We're not getting any specs here as far as is it a new Bluetooth profile or protocol version or anything like that. And so I'll be very interested to see like DF Retro when they get their hands on the Switch 2 and start to tear it apart, or iFixit take it apart and try and figure out what's actually in it. Some of these new things have been confirmed. We now know that C stands for chat and some kind of what seems like unique proprietary chat feature for the Switch 2 that Nintendo has. I wouldn't be surprised if the chat feature directly allows you to chat with people through the Nintendo app and other people playing on the Switch 2, but lets you in no way communicate to anybody else through any other service. Let's see. And today, there's just so much Nintendo news. An article like this is going to easily be overlooked. The Helldivers 2 developer reveals the lowest point after PlayStation boss calls to discuss early struggles. Which, okay. I think Helldivers 2 is doing fairly well still. I don't hear a lot of people talking about it as much though. But it may very well have had enough success. Here we have a quote. "We stand ready. Night Dev says it wants to start remastering Xbox 360 and PS3 era games. The studio CEO says he's confident it can handle PS3 remasters despite its system architecture." Which, if PlayStation was wise, they would take them up on that offer, because there's at least a few PS3 exclusives that could use remaster. I want to say this game is Prey, but I don't think it is. I think it might have time in the name as far as what it is. It might. Let's see, it's not The Thing. It's not any of these games. As far as what the screenshot is showing, seems to be perhaps just a screenshot the Video Games Chronicles picked out in the hopes. Haze. Yeah, I guess is the name of it. So I would much prefer them to remaster Heavenly Sword first and foremost as far as PS3 era games. Okay, of course this is a lot of puffery as far as Night Dive goes, and it's them seeking work, publicly, which is a little bit crass, but perhaps the new way to do things, as we will see later in other news. Nintendo announces a Treehouse streams with a hands-on Switch 2 gameplay. The stream will feature the first hands-on gameplay of several Nintendo games. This is also happening just tomorrow and the next day, which, yeah, that's definitely feels like they are just going all out, skipping April Fool's Day and otherwise having 4-day bonanza to promote Switch 2. Perhaps in anticipation of some backlash from the price tag being so high. That almost certainly is why they're putting out so much news so close to each other. And inherently, by putting out so much news so close to each other, you're going to fairly quickly run into a scenario where the news gets forgotten about pretty quickly. Let's see. The Switch 2 Direct runtime. We don't care about since it's already happened. Let's see. Wizards of the Coast apologizes for its DMCA takedown of a Stardew Valley mod based on Baldur's Gate 3. The Baldur's Village mod was praised by Lorien's CEO until Wizard of the Coast took it down mistakenly. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't put it back up, though. We shall see. But yeah, Wizards of the Coast is basically run by fewer and fewer people that sound like they are good people or generous people. Let me not use the phrase good. And Hasbro owning Wizards of the Coast these days, I think, has definitely put them in a more aggressive attitude than they would have been in the past as far as copyright goes. This is some big news. The former Donkey Kong champion Billy Mitchell has won a award of $220,000 in defamation case against the YouTuber Carl Jost. Let's point out the details as we scroll down here, because I've heard things, but I'll be interested in seeing what Video Game Chronicles turns it up as. Carl Jost is a YouTuber that starts his videos with "What's Up, You Gaming Legends," and makes way too many videos, or at least used to make way too many videos about Billy Mitchell, and was very confident in what he said. Also weirdly repetitive in what he would say, in that he would surmise and say everything that needed to be said in the first few minutes, and then he would repeat himself and talk in more frivolous detail or at a slower pace to drag out the video's length. Jost had alleged, the subheadline goes, that Mitchell had cheated and had contributed to the death of another YouTuber. Let's see if we can get any actual details on what the conviction happened here. So the YouTuber is Australian, so I'm not sure if this happened in Australia, so that might very well affect the free speech laws a little bit. Which, yeah, perhaps specifically just alleging that he cheated without any proof was enough to win the lawsuit. But from what I've heard, the stronger allegations, including it came a claim that in a 2020 lawsuit against YouTuber Ben Smith, also known as Paul Legend, was a significant factor in Smith taking his own life. Which, on that aspect, I don't know how you would really get any evidence that would prevent you from slander on that. Even if Smith had left a suicide note, you probably would only legally be safe in saying that Billy Mitchell was named in a suicide note from Smith. The judge finding 5 separate defamatory imputations were made by Jost. So he's now been ordered to pay 350,000 Australian. So this was an Australian court. I imagine he has nowhere close to that much money. 50,000 of that was aggravated damages when he published the video a second time. That being said, I'm gonna try to avoid pissing off Billy Mitchell and getting sued myself, because he is, from what I hear, likely to do that. I think there's still a lot of people who believe him to have cheated at least on the King of Kong, Donkey Kong, high score, and several other of his earlier high scores, as far as Pac-Man scores and other things he had submitted. And I don't think that his public opinion on him is going to change that much. He does, right now, he's promoting a new movie that is coming out. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with video games at all, though. And yeah, the problem with a lot of these lawsuits is that people already often have their minds set up and made, and they're not willing to change it regardless. And law and justice is often very disparate things, in that whoever has the most money for lawyers often can win, or at least outlast somebody who might rightfully be in a better position. Although it definitely feels like in this case somebody shot their mouth off and got very bold on YouTube. This does have a shaking effect, certainly as far as other YouTubers, that rightfully YouTubers should take note, as far as you shouldn't just outright make statements that are likely to get you sued. And that's true everywhere. I believe his Donkey Kong high scores and things were brought into kind of a historical database, with the high scores now being run by Ripley's Believe It or Not, and them basically being sued into a settlement. I think was the situation there, is that they just said, hey, we don't want to fight this, we'll bring back your scores and put it in kind of an archival format. Now weirdly, if that whole King of Kong movie had never been made, most people would have never even heard of him. Most people would have assumed that his high scores were 100% legitimate. The reality of it seems to be that a lot of people's high scores on that, what is it, something Galaxy is the name of the Twin Galaxy, I think might be the name of the website, or at least what it was. A lot of people seem to have cheated and on those high scores, and it doesn't really matter, particularly in modern times, but it didn't really even matter back then. Nowadays, any cheater anywhere can edit video and put up a YouTube video and claim to have made massive success, and there's plenty of people out there who are going to try and tear that down and claim that it was cheating, even if it is a legitimate run. So yeah. Notably, Billy Mitchell seems to have not been successful in suing the makers of King of Kong, and which, if anything, did the most damage to his public persona, of which he basically had none before the movie happened. But I guess congratulations to him. He was actually defamed, from what it seems like, and the judge seems to definitely agree in that case. And just because somebody may have been found to have done some wrong in one place, or at least he's believed to have done some wrong in one place, that doesn't mean that you just then have a scarlet letter on your chest and people can then spit on you. It doesn't mean you're outlawed and that the laws designed to protect everyone don't apply to him. If anything, they need to apply as much, if not more, to people who are disliked. And we'll leave it at that. In fact, that was probably too much to talk on that subject, considering how I'm falling asleep here. Asus is seemingly teasing its Xbox branded handhelds may be announced soon. Now, every single Microsoft bit of news today, which there's probably only a couple, it has to be on the backdrop of a strike, which I believe has just started at Activision. So, on one hand, it may be that just April 2nd is the day that everybody announces everything. On another hand, it might be that Microsoft is actively trying to counter program and advertise against the Switch 2, which would be stupid. And then on the third hand, it might be a case that Microsoft is trying to actively distract from the strike, which they don't want people to be reporting them on. As far as these screenshots, this just kind of looks stupid. Different textures, light up colors, and then very generic layouts. This looks like an actual handheld device, but then still kind of dumb to have light up features. Or I really don't need RGB on something that's battery backed. And yeah, no special buttons and nothing special here. Also, if these are speaker grills, you're going to have your hands over that, messing in the audio fairly quickly. Yeah, and I'm going to leave it at that. Let's see. Next, we have a PUBG dating sim has been released for April Fools, portraying each of its guns as schoolgirls. Winner Winner Romantic Dinner can be played throughout April with PUBG rewards for those who beat it. So, as far as April Fool's Day jokes, you may not actually see too many. I guess maybe you're playing as this guy, and I will say the anime style here looks pretty decent, and you are getting different color hairs and different hairstyles, but mostly you're getting just about medium-sized breasts and medium to small size hips, so not a large variety of layouts of characters. I don't know where you get the idea that this gun is supposed to be this character, if that's what they're going for. Let's see if we can actually bring it up on Steam. You would think it would be on Steam. No, you have to instead go to their website. It looks like. Yeah. So I don't know if it's actually a... Let's see if we can go full screen here in this case. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually a game that runs in any kind of launchers as much as this is just going to be a web game. So, yeah. You make a real game that is not for your target audience as a joke, and then jokingly get people to play it. Seems weird. Seems like a weird thing to do and somewhat insulting. Also, it just seems like it's only going to be until April 29th. So they're not going to keep it around forever. Nor are they making it accessible to people outside of the website. I feel like PUBG has a lot more guns than 4 or 5, though. So it feels like if you're going to take this idea, you would want to make a lot more girls, but that's probably too much work they're willing to actually do. There is a thought on taking this concept to the totality of it and having a game where it's anime waifus that represent weapons, but that is extremely close to Nikke Goddess of Victory already. So, like in Nikke Goddess of Victory, you have a bunch of robot anime waifus that have unique guns, and so they are kind of just ripping off that concept. The anime waifus aren't personifications of the guns, but it's very close. Let's see. Moving on, Evercade is releasing a Neo Geo cartridge and handheld. This is probably something that nobody really is going to care about spending the money for. Here's a list of games on Video Games Chronicle. Eidos Montreal is laying off 75 of its staff, saying it doesn't have the capacity to relocate them. One of the mandates is coming to the end. One of their mandates is coming to the end, the studio says. Yeah, everybody's getting laid off everywhere. Everything's getting more expensive everywhere. The question increasingly becomes, when does the dam break? And when does something major happen? If ever. Like, in a lot of ways it may not ever happen, and people just individually are going to starve while other people are going to ignore it. Moving on, General Metal Gear Solid Delta's ESRB rating suggests that its controversial sexual content is still intact. The game's peep demo theater and other scenes are mentioned in the remake's rating. I don't know what the peep demo theater is, but I would assume it's a peep show and other scenes. Yeah. So peep demo theater seems to involve some of this, at least bikini clad. What is her name? I haven't actually played the games. It's Major or Sergeant or something is her name. It's an interesting question to think about. If Kojima was still involved, would Kojima have censored some of this to get a lower rating and a bigger audience? Probably. I don't think Death Stranding has anything that was particularly sexual in it. And then, on the other hand, would Konami censor the game to get a bigger audience? And in that aspect, I'd think probably they would be willing to consider it, but they have decided against it because it probably would have made more controversy than it actually is worth. And I imagine Konami doesn't really care too much anyways. I still very much think that Konami will leave the games market completely as soon as it can find a different way to make more money easier. Let's see. Mouse controls we already have confirmed, so we can leave it at that. Palworld's April Fool's Day game from last year is back, but this time it could be real. Pocket Pair's joke announcement last year now has its own Steam page. This is, again, the only April Fool's Day joke I've actually seen, but I wouldn't really trust Palworld to actually deliver and make a game, particularly considering that the main Palworld game is not a finished product. I guess the question is, does Valve care that somebody may put a game up and then take it down later? Or never actually release a game? Definitely feels like, to me, Valve lets that happen all the time, or somebody puts something in. And heck, if you're into pals, if you're basically into furry anthropomorphic animals, although perhaps furry is the wrong term here, this might be a game that actually interests you, but only if it was real. So again, I question whether I need to actually make a YouTube short on that. We're already 3 hours into this and I've only gotten through Video Game Chronicles articles. They also have 15 minutes of the brand new Doom the Dark Ages gameplay. This is from id, again a Microsoft owned subsidiary, putting out news, either counter programming or trying to cover up that there's a strike going on. Alright, so since it's been 3 hours, let's me take a break and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. That might be one of the last times I actually do dual live as a break thing to show. Maybe, maybe not, because YouTube is rolling out a new feature where you can just put up a take a break pause screen, which may work or may be appreciated more by the audience. We have to wait and see as far as how that goes. Usually the YouTube audience doesn't like change, and even YouTube content creators don't like change, so who knows, it may not be a better experience than showing off a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Live. Also, I managed to grab some Mrs. Fields cookies nibblers on a Slick Deals, and I've been tasting those. I don't think I've ever had Mrs. Fields cookies before. They are wastefully individually packaged in groups of 3 via plastic, then inside of a metal tin, and I think I would have just preferred them to have been maybe in wax paper in the tin. And they are nice soft cookies, but they definitely have a taste of being more processed and having processed material in it, and they taste a little too sugary, a little too sweet for my taste, and particularly the sugar doesn't just taste like it is as mixed in as it really should be. And it's this sampler pack where it's pretty difficult to tell if you're getting something like oatmeal raisin versus whether you're getting chocolate chip. And if they're packaged as 3, you're basically eating the equivalent of a medium to large single cookie anyways. And I imagine I paid through the nose through them and shouldn't do that again. Whereas making your own cookies is probably dirt cheap, assuming you don't have to add eggs into it these days. Anyways, let's get back to the video games with the Gamatsu news. Now, the hope here is that most of this news we've already covered, and when my macro ran the first time, did feel like it was doing a pretty good job of opening up Steam links. So I may not bother with that since we're already 3 hours in. Monster Hunter Wilds sales have topped 10 million. PlayStation Japan X Yosabi Players 30th anniversary commercial. This is old. The dating simulation game Pal World, more than just pals, is in development for PC. Of course, the question is that true or not, because we just don't know. Let's see. Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar interview with series manager Hikaru Nakano is here on Gamatsu if you want to read this article. An actually fairly long article going on there. Kyborg launches April 30th. It's a cybernetic roguelike action game being dated. And yeah. Again, my duplicate tab's not running at the moment. I'll turn it back on after the stream. So the Sinking City Remastered has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It's going to be a free upgrade for existing owners. Has Frogwares finally cleared its whole legal issues, and I don't know if Frogwares, I can't even remember if Frogwares was the good guy or the bad guy in that situation, but I definitely know Frogwares was embroiled in some legal issues with its publisher or with its developer as far as who owns the rights to, I think, this game. That being said, a remastered version of this game is going to have minimal boosts, and it's nice that it's a free upgrade. I do have to applaud that, but I think most people don't really remember the game or never played it in the first place, so, and I don't think most people are going to come back. Although it still is really a good time to bring out remasters of games people may have not played, because it will be a little bit of time before all those new Switch 2 games come out. Although you're running out of time very rapidly. This is a Cthulhu-esque game, by the way. Spirit of the North 2 launches May 8th. Let's see that on Steam. Well, it was already on my follow list, so apparently this was announced a while ago. I don't remember seeing it anytime recently. The former NIS, Nipponichi Software president, Sohei Nikawa, has established a new company called Super Niche. The new company will be created first management policy, which I think that feels like that's pretty much all new companies are going to say, and it'll be a while before we see whether that's true or not. He retired in 2022 from NIS, and for over 26 years he apparently worked on all of these games. A big amount of them are Disgaea games, which is a big amount of NIS games, I imagine. So I'm not sure you can really expect anything else other than a Disgaea-like game, something that is a positional placement strategy game. Bloodshed launches May 22nd. It's currently in early access. I'm still ending up clicking on a lot of tabs just to be certain. Looks like an old school type Quake game. Let's see, Panty Party Perfect has been announced for the PS4 and 5. It's out on October 9th. Now, is this a updated version of Panty Party, which would be my guess from the logo, or is this a new game? And Panty Party may seem lewd because it is definitely a joke and kind of a lewd game, but I don't think it actually is anywhere as lewd as you may think. Let's see if we can get some more details. It's an action third-person shooter called Panty Party Perfect. English title to be confirmed. I question if there's some... Well, I mean, YouTube would probably age restrict it. So yeah, you're playing as the panties / underwear fighting each other and shooting each other. And I think that was the previous... I'm pretty sure that was the way the first game played too. There's a very Japanese song being sung here. Okay, so in the world of third-person shooter games, of which there are many, there's room certainly for silliness and doing something different, as having a silly story and having the characters be disembodied panties moving on their own. Is disembodied the right phrase in that case? And yeah, the link here just took me to Panty Party from 2017, so I would assume that Panty Party Perfect is just going to be an updated version for the PS4 and 5. Although it is interesting that it's even being allowed on the PS4 and 5. That is an interesting twist, certainly. Well, I don't think I want to make another YouTube short on that game. I probably never did in the first place, but just out of YouTube family friendliness sake, I'll skip that one. The open world survival crafting game RuneScape Dragon Wilds has been announced for PC. Okay. There's still a lot of games like RuneScape where I recognize the name, but I really couldn't tell you anything about them. I never got around to playing them. Potentially they're not really relevant in modern times. Two Strikes launches on April 25th, which, unless this was a sequel to a game called One Strike, that feels like an undersell. Does have an interesting art style. Certainly, I'm not sure what the black and white and red art style of ancient Japanese drawing and painting really is called, if it has any real title to it. This game is in early access, but it's very positively received so far. Alright, so here's the April Fool's Day compilation, and let's scroll down through this fairly quickly. Ark Survival Ascended adds cats. Sonic the Hedgehog has a Twitter picture that's not showing. Seems like a lot of this has to be just clicked on. Craft Mine update for Minecraft. A Game Boy version of Dusk. Yeah, some of these you really would have to be fairly familiar with it. And it definitely feels like April Fool's Day jokes a lot of times now are just becoming opportunities to show your love for cats, which the internet has always been obsessed with cats, or fairly frequently is obsessed. The Stone of Madness here looks like it might have been an interesting game for real. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much nothing here that's super interesting as I scroll through this. And yeah, games are already tend to be silly, and if you're gonna make something silly, it really should just be content in the game anyways. So it does just feel like it's kind of silly to go in these directions and make April Fool's Day jokes. I would much prefer Gamer Appreciation Day, is the PUBG one, not even full screen, where companies come together and put out some kind of real content just to say, hey, once per year we're gonna make some new content. I watched the anime based on this, the Eminence and Shadow. I haven't played the game, nor would I, because the anime just kind of ends nowhere and is pretty stupid as an anime anyways. Yeah, I am playing this game, Polia Magica Modica, and the 2-story event here where they turn into magical dancing girls who do just a little dance routine is actually playable. It's barely an April Fool's Day joke. I honestly thought it was just new content when I first saw it, and thought, oh well, we're probably going to get all kinds of weird side story events that are basically what if comics around the I would say this is probably the first group of girls from Magical Modica, or Modica Magica. I never say it right. Yeah, and that's not even the full title of it. Is Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Which, by the way, I said that there was a pink-haired girl that looked like an older version of this, and may have said that she was the older version. Looking in the game further, it looks like that character does have a different name, and it is just maybe pink-haired girls in the game all look too similar to me. But yeah, they definitely do look too similar. Yeah. On a very small occasion, you'll have an April Fool's Day joke hit, and it will actually get made as something, but even then, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Instead of doing April Fool's Day jokes, why not do like a Valentine's month content instead? Have all of February be a focus to put out some content. Or Halloween content. Here's the Nike Goddess of Victory joke, April Fool's Day thing. Giant big boobed robot being the final battle. Shift Up saying that it has 1 million subscribers on their YouTube channel, which I almost wonder if that isn't true. Nope, it is definitely not true. They have 3,000 subscribers. Now, weirdly, I didn't know they even had a YouTube channel, so how did they end up with these medals? I bet you can get these forged pretty quickly. And I don't think you get these until you have 1 million subscribers anyways. So I'm about to have 1,000 subscribers on my channel, and I was thinking maybe I would end up getting something, or being offered to pay for something more realistically. But yeah, come to think of it, I wouldn't be surprised if they just send me an email saying congratulations on 1,000 subscribers. But yeah, as we scroll down here, you can see that a significant amount of these are just allowing somebody to show off their anime skills, because there is just a high amount of colorful anime characters here being shown, which definitely says that somebody involved has some level of love for anime. But then it still feels very insulting for that to be the April Fool's Day joke, is that haha, it's not really going to, this game is never really going to have anything bright and colorful or anime like. And then when you have an anime game like Magical Modica, it's already going to be anime, so we're not seeing a contrast there where they're coming out with April Fool's Day jokes where it's live action or hyper realistic 3D graphics. It's 2 Goddess of Victory Nike videos. Yeah. And I guess we'll leave it at that as far as April Fool's Day jokes. As that. I can't help but wonder if some of the April Fool's Day jokes also went anime because of the whole Studio Ghibli anime style being ripped off by AI. And that maybe they were trying to jump on a bandwagon. But if that's the case, none of those actually ripped off the Ghibli style in particular. Which there was already a backlash to that as a concept. Specifically trying to rip off Ghibli. Moving on, Azure the Striker launches April 24th. It's weird how many games actually came out today, yesterday on April 1st, too. And that you would just think you wouldn't want your anniversary to be April Fool's Day every year. An 8-bit 2D dungeon RPG called Crescent Tower for PC launches in 2025, which I'd assume means it does not have a Steam page yet. So we'll leave it at that. Arc System Works rhythm puzzle game Magical Beat is now available for PC. See that on Steam. Put down the fall list. Probably not a game I would get into playing. Spiritfall is coming to the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, and Switch in the quarter 2 of 2025. It's currently already available for PC in early access form. You can see it's rated very positively. Let's see. Shohei Sato succeeds Yoshimi Yasuda as Dragami Games president and CEO. He stepped down as the company director in June. That's very little they have in that article, but that is actual news. Sakurai Blue launches April 17th. It's a hack and slash musketeer adventure game for Switch and PC. Which I must have made a short on that relatively recently. I'm still not really scheduling shorts enough, so I'm really far behind there. And that's something else I need to work on, is to get a macro to help schedule things better. Beholder Conductor launches April 23rd. One thing that's nice about rewriting the macros is that there's a lot less code that can be wrong on my side. So if I'm going to write it wrong, then it's going to be wrong in one place, and hopefully I can find that one place and adjust as necessary to make it right. Whereas having very similar, only slight derivatives of code like I did before leads for a lot more room for mistakes to be made. That being said, I'm still running into problems that definitely don't feel like they're my fault, because the macros will run sometimes perfectly and then just crash other times. It also gives me an opportunity to rethink how things are done and whether certain things need to be done in the first place as far when rewriting the macros. Let's see, we already talked about the Treehouse live broadcast for the 3rd and the 4th. Let's see, 7 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy remaster is now available for the PS4 and Xbox One on April, and it's coming to the Xbox One on April 15th. I remember this game by name alone. It is on Steam from 2003. So I guess the question is, would you maybe get an update to get a remastered graphics or anything like that? Nothing seems to indicate that you would at the moment. This is from the publisher of THQ Nordic, and I wouldn't be surprised if THQ Nordic is not going to be in the business of remastering PC games unless they think they're actually going to make some profits from that. And a game like this may just be so old that it may not really benefit as much from a remaster. Monster Train 2 launches on May 21st for several things. Goat Simulator 3 Gifts from the Rifts update is now available, with a second expansion being teased. I would assume this is not just a Easter egg thing. Goat Simulator 3 overwhelmingly positive, which almost certainly speaks to people knowing what Goat Simulator is by the third game and getting what to expect from it. A time travel 2D action adventure game called Back in Time has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Let's see if I can bring that up. Okay. I feel like I had seen something like this before. Microgames Collection Dreams of Aether has been announced, and it's now available free through the first 24 hours of release. There were 2 games that I saw on Slick Deals that were free. This was one of them, and then there was another, and I grabbed them. Very rarely do you get any games that are free on Steam that are worth anything. And if they are free, they tend to be free forever. This game has been delayed to spring of 2026. Doesn't have a Steam link. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in the dungeon? Familiar Myth Battle Chronicle for PS4 and 5 is going to end its service on September 29th. The PC, iOS, and Android versions are going to remain in service. That being said, I suspect they can't be too far behind unless there was something specific about updates or content being added to the game that PS4 and PS5 wouldn't allow. Yeah. The title is probably the most interesting thing about this anime series, and that I don't think it really has much more of a twist other than that going on. I've watched a little bit of the anime, but probably not all that's available. Here we have the Famitsu review scores for issue 1893. Assassin's Creed Shadows getting 36 out of 40. So we've been kind of waiting to see what the reception from the Japanese audience in particular around Assassin's Creed Shadows was going to be. We can say now it is a strong reaction in the positive direction. Much stronger than MLB The Show 25 getting a very low 30 out of 40, or progress orders for the Switch, which I don't even know what that is, getting 28 out of 40, or Snow Brothers 2 Special getting 28 out of 40, or Star Overdrive getting 30 out of 40. Notice that there are 3 Switch 1 games here, exclusives, that are pretty bad. I wouldn't be surprised if they are rushing to get Switch 1 games out before Switch 2 games start to fill up the marketplace. Mario Kart World announced for Switch 2. Do we have anything we can go through here? We could kind of quickly go through the screenshots and see if there's anything that's particularly interesting. But yeah, I don't think there is going to be too much interesting. Seems like you still are going to have like 4 race cups as far as the way it goes. Perhaps there is going to be maybe a slower pace to some of these races now, where you're looking at the sides of the tracks. Perhaps the tracks themselves are going to just have more going on with them. Could also be the case that they have fully abandoned the concept of going in a loop, and so you might just start at one place and end at another. Yeah, it does seem like that's probably the case for a lot of these tracks, is that you're not going to go into loops. Wave Race was the game I was thinking of, by the way, as far as water replacements, which them putting Wave Race like races into Mario Kart does make some decent sense. Yeah, it does feel like a lot of these tracks now are no longer going to be bound by looping, which, unless they put like portals that just teleport you back to the beginning, which it seems like they might, because this says 4 out of 6, but that might be your position. But then this says 11th, and it says be 8th or better. So that does imply to me that there are 6 laps, which you potentially are just being teleported back to the beginning of singular laps. And then, yeah, they're going to establish a world of sorts. It's just going to be one giant continent from the looks of it. And then I can't help but wonder if these are going to just be unlockable screenshots, or maybe there is going to be a photo mode of some sort. Doesn't feel like to me though that it's going to have any like major gimmicks to it. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour announced for Switch 2. Paid title due out at launch. I'm not sure. It's going to be a paid digital only game for the Switch. Explore the variety of features and details the new system has to offer. Players can enter a virtual exhibition of the Switch 2. Why would you charge money for this though? Seems crazy. And yeah, I wonder if this is just the case where the new guy in charge of Nintendo is frankly just out of line and out of touch with what's going on, or what they can sell and what they shouldn't sell. Yeah, this definitely feels like too much work and something that just never should have been made. Yeah, that's a disappointment to say the least. Let's see, Daimon X Machina Titanic Scion launches September 5th for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, and PC. which that is the first time we've said Switch 2 instead of Switch. Which also means I might have to rewrite my macros now if it starts to say PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, and PC. I should probably consider rewriting that to say modern consoles. If we get to that point. It's probably a little premature to say that though. I call Switch 2 a modern console, but Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD remaster has been announced for the Switch 2, which I assume this is a really old game. If it's to expect. Yeah. Would like to know when it originally was made. Original version was on the 3DS. It's been retooled. I guess I'll leave it at that. Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 launched June 5th for the PS5, Switch 2, PS4, Switch, and PC. But yeah, that is another title. Certainly that I'm going to have to think about rewriting my plugin to rewrite the text to make that less of a mouthful. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is coming to the Switch 2. We covered that. Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar adds a Switch 2 version. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma is coming to the Switch 2 on June 5th. Kirby Air Rides 2, Kirby Air Riders announced for the Switch 2. Donkey Kong Bonanza announced for the Switch 2. And then the Switch 2 itself launches June 5th for $449, which at that point the extra dollar is not going to affect me, at least. As far as if they said it was $450, which really it's going to be even more than that with taxes and everything else. Yeah, I don't see how you're actually going to come out paying less than $500, probably closer to $600 when you buy a Switch 2 and pay taxes and buy at least one game. That's going to be $80. Okay. So some of these I might have to reload just to be logged in. And then I'm going to assume all of the Gaming on Linux articles opened. Monster Train 2 is now set for release on May 21st. Let's see. Paradox announces Victoria 3 Expansion Pack 2 with Charters of Commerce expansion arriving in June. What is Victoria 3 at all? Let's see if we can pull up that page. Why do I keep knocking these all the way to the right? And no, we're not anywhere close to being at the end of the show. Luck Be a Landlord devs Bullet Hell and roguelike Maze Mice arrives May 2nd. I think we've seen this somewhat recently. Let's see. Blendo Games announces full Steam Deck support for a stealthy shooter called Skin Deep. Which Gaming on Linux at this point is willing to just promote anything that claims it will have full Steam Deck support. Let's see. G Proton 9-27 brings fixes for Ubisoft Connect, Epic Games, Wuthering Waves, and Monster Hunter Wilds. This might have been an update we've already covered. It's kind of hard to tell. The numbers just keep going up. Steam Deck SteamOS 3.6.24 releases with fixes for Avowed and no rest for the wicked. Some of these articles may be old, but that's also just my macro catching up. So, not something that's going to be a problem later. Steam Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is Steam Deck verified. Scroll down here and see if any of these others are anything that I feel like I need to cover. No, I think all of these others are older news. Yeah. Last of Us Part 2. Probably not one though I would want to play on a Steam Deck if I could avoid it. Monster Train we already talked about. Yeah, I might end up going in circles here. Rogue Kingdoms. Half tower defense game, half card builder. Yeah. Guess I'll be generous and give that a chance. Critic Co. gets a major update. Don't believe Critter Cove was a Frog Fractions related game. Nope, it's something completely different. Still in early access. Proton Up QT version 2.12 brings a new Steam Deck theme and support for Proton Catchy OS. Proton Up QT is a tool to add extra compatibility tools on Linux Steam Deck like GE Proton. A new release is out now with version 2.12. Yeah. So it's an assistive program for assistive programs like GE Proton. But you probably wouldn't use this on the Steam Deck itself or SteamOS itself. You might use it on something like Bazzite Linux, which noticeably I haven't heard anything new about Bazzite lately. We already talked about this article and this article and this article. Might as well add it to the library while we're at it. At which point I don't need to put it on the follow list, do I? Let's see. Talked about that. Getting controller support. Still question whether controller support is going to really help Satisfactory in the long term. Yeah. Again, my macros are just catching up here, going through articles covered in previous streams. Just double checking to make sure that anything that's on the follow list has already had a YouTube short made around it. Of course, I may very well have to jump through hoops to figure out a way to remove things from the follow list just so I can load my follow list and clean it up. Should be close to being done now. Yes. So we can go to gamedeveloper.com, and I had to manually open all these stories. So the experiment has failed once again. Mist developer Cyan Worlds has laid off half of its workforce. The quote here is, "Our sincere hope is to continue to be around." And I do think that there's just kind of outside factors that will probably keep Cyan Worlds around in some form factor, but it may very well go back into hibernation in that it's doing very little, and that there literally is just a couple of people working at it who are friends and family of the owners. It's a shame, certainly, because this proves that even the makers of one time the best-selling game ever, Myst, cannot just easily recapture that lightning in the bottle, and they have not been successful enough when they, in their most recent iteration of hiring new people and trying to make modern games with modern programming, to do anything new that would be successful enough to make them enough money to continue to move forward. All they've been able to do is make Abduction, which was not received particularly well, make Firmament, which was not received even as well as Abduction was, and then managed to remake Myst once again for probably the dozenth time. Just recently they updated the remake of Myst to add in some content that was added, I believe, originally in the Masterpiece Edition, and I think that's literally all they're going to ever add in. And they've been able to remake Riven, but they are still stymied as far as what are they going to do, or what could they have done with a Myst 3, which was made actually by Ubisoft, or Myst 4 or Myst 5, which was all made by Ubisoft. I seriously doubt they were going to try and make a new MMO like Uru once again, since that bankrupted them, or nearly bankrupted them the first time. I wouldn't be surprised if Ubisoft themselves, being in the weird shape that it is, also affected Cyan Worlds in some way, as far as maybe they were getting some kind of support or funding from Ubisoft in the past. But yeah, when Cyan Worlds came out of hibernation with Abduction, they had a younger team, a new team, trying different things, and there's just not enough of an audience there. So yeah, there's just not enough people out there to buy it. And yeah, when you compare Myst to something like the Talos Principle is going in a slightly different direction and doing something new and exciting, where remaking Riven and Myst is just once again playing on nostalgia. Even though the Riven remake in particular changed quite a bit, which I'm not sure that the Myst remake did. So if the idea was that the Myst remake was going to be an alternate universe telling of the events of Myst, that didn't get advertised particularly well. There's also a point here where Cyan Worlds tried to be a publisher, and they published maybe a couple of games, maybe just one, that was not very successful. I don't know where they really thought that they would have been successful there, though. So yeah, they've laid off half their workforce, which means maybe you can live in hope and say that they've kept half of their workforce, who maybe were the good people that were really meshing well as a team and doing the best work. You can try and live in that hope, but it's probably not the case. I imagine they're just keeping half of their team for the moment to continue to support the existing games and work on the occasional experiment as far as something new. or any new experience. Now, interestingly, this twist in the story probably highlights exactly what the experience would have been with Valve had they not made Steam and had they just kind of gone into dormancy trying to think of some new Half-Life 3 gimmick or something that would be game breaking. Had they instead just tried to remaster and re-release Half-Life 1 and 2 over and over again, they probably would have been very much like Cyan Worlds, have only a moderate amount of success. And so maybe Valve went the right path of just staying dormant and not releasing games until they have a new idea or a better idea, whereas Cyan Worlds doesn't really have a new or better idea, and as far as it seems. But yeah, it's a shame because I have a general like for the Myst games, which stupidly makes me have a general like for Cyan Worlds when I really have no reason to like them. Let's see. Next story, you don't hear this very often, but the Amaze founder is temporarily stepping back after a harassing event staff. The founder and artistic director Thorsten S. Wiedmann has apologized for abusing members of the production team and engaging in non-sexual harassment, which I guess it's always nice when you can put that non in front of it. So he sounds like he's probably either a yeller or a frat boy type thing. I don't know if we would get any more details. He's blaming being under the influence of alcohol, which some people excuse activities when people are drunk, but most people say, hey, you chose to drink, and usually a drunk version of you is still you, just with less inhibitions. Alcohol does not change your personality dramatically. I was verbally offensive towards a participating DJ in their music, which was uncalled for. I invaded others' personal space, which was inconsiderate and out of line. So this kind of sounds like he was drunk and did very little. But yeah. At least by his own description. But maybe in this world of cancel culture, that's what you really have to do, is just admit your guilt and hope somebody is actually going to cut you some slack, which almost certainly they won't. I can't help but feel like the doubling down and denying and lawyering up may very well be still the best move. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some kind of lawsuit that pops up around this. Let's see, in the Monster Hunter Wilds top 10 million sales in 1 month, the EA veteran Adolf Christiansen is the new CEO of Starbreeze, which, okay, maybe that will lead to some success for Starbreeze, but we'll have to wait and see if that happens. Want to know the best way to gain attention on Steam? Add a demo. Valve was saying in no subtle terms that everyone needs to make a demo, which I agree is a decent suggestion. I'm a little trepidatious that it might become mandatory. And I do think that the demo layout on Valve is still kind of bad, and that it feels like you can make demos that are separated from the main page, or you can make it kind of confusing that some games are actually demos or episode 1s, of a serialized event. And yeah, there's still a lot of improvement that could happen on Steam that Valve should work on. But their main focus probably is just getting more sales and making a better experience as far as playing the games overall, not shopping for the games. There is potentially a mistake where Valve could over-focus on making a shopping experience, and then you'd have something that's way worse of an experience, where it's like Amazon.com. Here's an article: How Ninja Theory Created Hellblade 2's Unsettling Soundscape, if you want to read this article. That was one thing about playing Memento Mori with my headphones on my computer, is that the soundscape did not sound as good as the way it sounds on my phone, which has all kinds of Dolby Atmos tricks it's doing. Plus it starts at like 70, and it might have sounded a lot better had I turned up the audio to 100. It also starts with a warning not to turn up the audio too much and damage your ears. But yeah, I am increasingly wondering if my headphones are just not cutting it anymore. And yeah, I'd really like to have just like surround sound going on while playing games. I have the speakers, I just don't have a way to prevent the speakers from being picked up by my microphone if I was going to do a surround sound. Plus, then I'd have a fairly atypical setup at that point to having a computer doing surround sound. But at some point I may just decide that my own personal enjoyment is worth having that atypical setup. Let's see, the Embracer Studio, another Embracer Studio, Eidos Montreal, has laid off 75 employees. Deus Ex developer explained that the cuts were made with one of its mandates coming to an end, which, if they're saying a mandate is coming to the end, I almost wonder if that is make new Deus Ex games. Which, yeah, there hasn't been any announcement of a new Deus Ex game. Might also be Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is just no longer linked to Embracer Group, licensed to Embracer Group. Again, I'm yawning way too much. If there was one company, though, that probably should have had cuts, it would have been Embracer Group, just hiring and acquiring way too many companies and not putting out anywhere close to enough games. Here's kind of an example of a surround sound setup. It's not particularly one I would say looks great, in that these speakers are pointed downward, and here, and these speakers are on the sides here, are way up there, and these speakers aren't even like centered with the monitor, which they might as well have been. They were doing that. And then there's a center speaker, which is, you always get this weirdness when you're using professional speakers, in that the center speaker is probably best to be exactly the same as the left and right and side left and side right, but then getting that all to level up becomes weird. So really these speakers should be lower if you're trying to make them all parallel with the center speaker. I'd assume this is an audio editing booth though, as far as the screenshot goes. And weirdly, it looks like this is just like fake walls put in an office somewhere. Anyways, moving on. IBM has netted $21 million to expand its publishing business by wielding the power of K-pop. Publisher is owned by a record label, Hybe, known for managing the popular boy band BTS through its big hit label. Interesting. So are we going to get some kind of BTS game? And if we did, would they voice characters or just have their likenesses in games? I don't know if BTS is even still together or still popular. Whatever screenshot this is does have some kind of unique faces going on as far as the characters go. On top of which, some major cleavage on this character. Full up in front for everybody to see. Dredge wasn't originally going to be a narrative game, but it then became one of 2023's best. There's another article here you can read from GameDeveloper.com. Notice there's a lot here. I manually opened them all, but apparently I had missed quite a few. We'll be showing them just how valuable our labor is. ZeniMax workers vote to authorize a strike at Microsoft. Paying your employees a livable wage as a multi-trillion-dollar company is the least they could be doing. So, interesting, the ZeniMax workers are the ones on strike that I've mentioned earlier, and they're claiming that while living, I assume, in Redmond, Washington, near Seattle, Washington state, they're not being paid a living wage. Which arguably maybe in that region, a livable wage is much higher than, say, $12 to $15 an hour. And I also wouldn't be surprised if a significant number of ZeniMax workers are getting paid more than $15 an hour, but then the QA testers are getting paid less than that. But yeah, they're on a strike, which in a funny way may be just the perfect excuse for ZeniMax to not deliver on anything. They could stop making Fallout 76 content and blame the strike. They could stop making Starfield updates and patches and blame the strike. They could stop making any kind of Fallout 4 content and blame the strike. They could claim that this is delaying the next Skyrim Elder Scrolls game further and further into the next millennium, when in reality they're just slow as far as developing games. It would be interesting if Microsoft stepped in and perhaps got rid of ZeniMax management, which I think is the real solution that needs to happen here, but management tends to protect management. But yeah, there's too many levels of subsidiaries amongst ZeniMax and Microsoft already. So if they got rid of several managers, they could probably raise the pay of several people and not change how the day-to-day business is actually done. But I bet that's not how it's going to go down. I bet Microsoft is going to put out the generic statement that we are negotiating, we're making good faith negotiations, is the phrase they always say, and then they'll do very much nothing. And yeah, I seriously doubt the US government is going to come in and help the strikers in any way. Alright, and that's going to bring us to all the new games on Steam, so let's try and burn through these as fast as possible so I can fall asleep. What I did here, this is the other game that was free, Three Sisters, by the way, a more grotesque game. Again, I manually opened all of these, so I may be further behind than I really need to be. going all the way back to March 29th, but I tried my best so that we don't end up seeing too much redundant stuff. Which, yeah, we'll try and make a point to point out when we get to April 1st. Yeah. There's a weirdness still, even though I am making progress on getting text papers done, that when I fall asleep at, say, 4 or 5 in the afternoon, you feel like you're wasting some good daylight hours then, although you're really not. Like, by the time it's 5 in the afternoon, you really could go to sleep and wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning and be more productive in the morning to counterbalance that. It's much worse to be going to sleep at like 6 in the morning, because then you definitely are going to be asleep the whole time that people make phone calls, or that you're available to make phone calls. Which, yeah, I may very well need to make phone calls. Twice now my insurance provider has charged me a late fee and sent me a nasty note that they're going to cancel the insurance because the stupid auto pay is connected to the wrong account, and when I go in there and say pay this now, it then locks me out from being able to change the auto pay settings and says that it has to wait until that payment, any activity, is processed. I probably could have, just the first time, called to correct that, but instead I put it down because it was going to be a couple days for the processing to happen. Here we have what definitely looks like an adult game. I put it down and forgot about it the first month. But yeah, last thing I want to do is be paying even extra money to insurance companies. It sucks though that in the United States there's very little options as far as like a scooter or a three-wheel vehicle that would technically be a motorcycle. Might save you some insurance that way. There's very few of those options of those kinds of vehicles that are even available in the United States, and none of them have a AC unit as far as I can tell, which is the number one thing I would really want to have. And so the real solution there is to just Uber, which actually would work pretty well for me. But I would like a vehicle that was fully enclosed, so when it is raining and has an AC unit. But yeah, personally, I barely even have a reason why I would want that. Like, I don't actually enjoy driving ever, and I don't know if there are too many people of a younger generation that really do enjoy that. I'm not particularly good at driving either. I do enjoy the general idea of the freedom of being able to go wherever you want when, because there's just that concern that you would order an Uber and none would be available, But in the area I live, that's unlikely to be the case. But the reality of the situation is, unless it was a 3 or 4-wheeled motorcycle-like device, I wouldn't actually be able to ride it. So like a scooter, a bicycle, I would get off balance pretty quickly and fall and probably hurt myself pretty badly at best. Even like a Vespa riding scooter, I think I would spaz out trying to control that too much. I actually wanted to make a YouTube short on that game. Whoops. China, speaking of vehicles, has just like announced or released the first automated air taxi as a concept. Which, yeah. Boy, my air conditioner just came on, and boy is it noisy. I do worry about that these days, as one day I'm just going to hear a big thunk as the whole thing explodes. But yeah, I don't want to pay for a new AC unit. That being said, it would give me perhaps an excuse to try to get a heat pump unit, although I'm not sure that a heat pump unit would actually do anything much for me. I'm still playing Publishers Clearinghouse. Gambling, not really gambling because you're not putting any money in it, in the hopes of winning $1.25 million towards building a new house, which, yeah, A, might not be enough money, and B, certainly is a nice little fantasy that will almost certainly never happen. But yeah, I could certainly see it would be nice to build a new house and have some more modernization to it and have everything just be a little bit nicer. There's nothing wrong with the house I have right now other than it's old and perhaps it's aluminum wiring is a problem. But yeah, I don't generally like the layout, and if anything, it's a little too big for me. Unfortunately, with the housing markets, there's very rarely a case where you can hope for the housing markets to bottom out so you could buy a second house very cheap. It would be your dream forever home, and then hope that the bubbles come back so you could sell the first house at a high price. You could do the opposite if you're willing to rent an apartment and move fairly frequently, which I'm not. Yeah, and I'm still very much in a questionable position overall, where anything and everything could happen. At some point, things could go very terribly. It is definitely possible that I would just stop streaming and any audience I have would be left wondering what happened to me. Which, if that happens, it's either one of two things. One, I've just gotten incredibly frustrated with making content and given up, which is highly unlikely. Or two, poop has hit the fan and I am in a very, very poor state for one reason or another. So now we're on the April 1st games. We may have been there for a while. So the thought here would be, how many of these games look like April Fool's Day games versus how many of these games just look like low effort asset flip games. Yeah, we have yet another game that seems to be skirting around the adult section. There's a hentai tag way down here in the tags. And I opened all these up again manually, so my curation didn't happen. There is an argument to try and separate the curation function, see if I can run it even manually. I also have a thought, certainly is around just saving all of the progress, since half of the first step of my macro is to make a giant two-dimensional array. If I were to save that two-dimensional array and then start doing the second step, maybe when I reran the macro, it could then load that two-dimensional array and say, hey, we can save some time here and continue the process instead of starting from scratch, doing potentially some repetitive stuff. That does feel like something that would make some sense. Yeah. Again, we're seeing decent amounts of English only games. I mean, Japanese only games. Of course, they still mostly are visual novels. Yeah. But yeah, noticeably, as far as the Switch 2, there wasn't any announcements of even a single visual novel type game. That's not surprising one bit, because I imagine all of those would be digital shop games anyways that would not need to really come out on day one. Definitely, this is an April Fool's Day game, but it looks like it's actually free, so let's just go ahead and add it here. But weirdly, now I'm probably gonna forget that this is an April Fool's Day game and end up covering it if I get around to it, which I probably won't. Whereas something like this probably is an April Fool's Day joke, but also could just be a garbage asset flip game. Now, does this feel Mario-like? Inherently, if something costs money and is an April Fool's Day joke, I think a lot of people would be upset. Wii bowling question mark. Not Wii WII bowling. I saw a YouTuber make a robot that would swing the Wiimote for Wii bowling and seemed to fairly consistently bowl close to 300, but not always 300. Which people played Wii bowling, WII bowling, so often that I think a decent amount of people did end up getting perfect scores, 300s on it. It probably is a little bit easier than actually bowling. Now, what's interesting about that, I think more than anything, is that Wii bowling probably convinced very few people to go and actually bowl. And while bowling alleys still exist, I wouldn't be surprised if in 30 or 40 years they are almost completely non-existent. It is something that probably feeds on itself fairly commonly, in that the equipment is there, so somebody's going to use it and try and make some money off of it, and as long as somebody's making some money off of it, they're going to keep on maintaining the equipment. So now we're up to April 2nd, so you'd assume now none of these would be actual April Fool's Day jokes is what I'm trying to say here. Here you have a free Mahjong game within the purchases, which I don't know if that's the way to go or not. Mahjong probably should be free, but this also looks like it has enough polish that it would actually be worth paying a few dollars to avoid any kind of microtransactions. Again, I'm yawning, apologies. Fairly close to being done. Maybe still somewhat far. Overall, the hope here is to just not run into a 5-hour experience. That being said, at least in this case, the experience so far has been fairly streamlined. I don't feel like I've rambled too much. I don't feel like I've taken extra bathroom breaks. I don't feel like I've talked particularly too slow. And this is definitely a case where I would be in very poor shape if I had a camera in front of me. It's because you'd be seeing me yawn, full mouth agape into the camera more than likely. But yeah, the whole camera thing for the Switch 2 noticeably didn't have anything happen there. Like that article didn't seem like it really did anything. Okay, I've got a lot of tabs open here, but I think I have to pretty much assume we've seen them all. Yeah. So I think we are actually at the end of this show. So that's going to be it. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.